I'd like to call this meeting to order. Our first order of business is administrative business, which is to look at the calendar. It's on page 3 of your packet, and it's also up on the screen. Are there any questions or additions to the calendar at this point? No. Okay, seeing none, we will keep going. There's a consent agenda item, which is the past record of our last school committee meeting, January 7th. So can I have a motion? Dr. Jackson, second. Ms. Stram, all those in favor? All right, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favor. And Mr. Chang, are you voting in favor of the last meeting's minutes? Okay. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favor, no opposed, and Mr. Glover's abstaining. Is that okay, Robin? Michael's abstaining. Okay, because he wasn't in attendance. Great, so we will move on to our farewell to our Chinese exchange program students. It's always a sad moment, but Mr. Lantos.
Thank you for having us, Superintendent and School Committee. This, as I heard the chairperson say, this is a somewhat sad event, but also joyous because we're celebrating another year of the China Exchange. So you don't want to hear me talk, you want to hear the Chinese students talk. So I'd like to call up our first student to say a few words of reflection on her time here in Brookline. So, Anna.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Xu Wenjia, one of the China exchange students who really had a good time living in America. It's my pleasure today to share my happiness and gratefulness here. In the last 5 months, I experienced many unforgettable things. I still remember last time I was here for the greeting meeting. I was so nervous and everything was unfamiliar for me. But now I find myself falling in love with Brookline. Time goes by so quickly that I can't believe that my American travel is coming to the end. Dressing up during Halloween, enjoying turkey on Thanksgiving, in happiness and warmth on New Year's Eve, visiting Washington, D.C., New York City, Philadelphia in excitement. These all become the best memories that I will remember forever. Every normal school day is a treasure for me. Thanks for Kaohsiung School and Brookline High School. Thanks for China Exchange Program. Thank you for providing the chance for all the China Exchange students. Thanks for all the host families to take care of us. Thanks for all the teachers and staffs at BHS. Thanks for all my friends. Thanks for all the people who helped and supported us and China Exchange Program. It's you who gave a wonderful, amazing American trip for us. Thank you.
That's our host mother. Esther, come on up.
Hi everyone, I'm Esther. So, studying BHS is like a journey. On this trip, we enjoyed the beauty of different kinds of subjects. We built our first carbon dioxide dragster and designed locker organizer and greenhouse in engineering. It's always interesting to research and see our plans coming to redesigns. In art class, for the first time, I built a Great Wild Goose Pagoda, which is one of the most famous constructions in Xi'an, by using the cardboard. It's very interesting. I also made my own folder and seals. Now I'm in deep love of art. I did my budget for a fake business with my friend in Word of Money. In this project, we created a photography studio in Coolidge Corner, which was really fabulous. Except for the colorful classes, Steve, who is always our friend and great tour guide, took us to different places to travel. I remember the cold wind blowing our hair on the ship in New York City. I remember the tour to Congress Building and monuments in the rain in Washington, D.C. I remember the unforgettable skiing day and we played board games until midnight. Of course, I enjoy every day in Brooklyn. The blue sky and sunshine always gives me happiness. Now, standing here, loving this place, I want to say thanks to the China Exchange Program, to BHS and Gaoxing #1 School, to my host families, Steve, my friends and teachers, and people who support us. Thank you for giving us the chance to study here. Thank you.
Esther recalled the trip that we took to Washington, and I just have to acknowledge Joe Kennedy's office, our congressman, who way back in July was able to organize a personally guided tour of the White House, which is phenomenal. If you've never done it, do it. And finally, Philip.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. It's been nearly 5 months since we met last time. During the time I spent here, what was impossible became possible, and what was possible became reality. From a student who was new to the United States of America, to a proud Brooklyner who regard here as a second hometown, I really changed a lot. Thanks to the Brookline community and the hospitable residents here, I was able to enjoy a wonderful exchange experience. The blue sky, the old houses, the convenient trains, the warm-hearted smiles, they would always appear in my mind. They were the best memories I have ever had far away from home. Thanks to BHS and our Gaoxing #1 High School, I was able to enjoy all kinds of activities. We visited museums and went on field trips. We watched waterfalls and went skiing. None of them would be forgotten. Some of them were only once in a lifetime, so I would treasure them throughout my life. Although we are living, we cannot stop from thinking of Brookline. Thank you and best wishes to you.
I get to work closely with the teacher that our sister school, the Gaoxin School, sends here, and every year it's a treat and treasure to meet and get to know this teacher. The teachers wear so many hats here. They're with the students for 5 months. They're their Uber parent, their counselor, their mentor, their tour director, a shoulder to cry on, and their link back to their own families. And I had such a pleasure working with Miss Lillian Wren, who is the teacher, so she has a few words to say. Lily? And also, since she and I are here on behalf of our kids, after we would take trips and felt like we'd done a good job and it was successful, we'd always greet each other with a little knuckle knock. So ready?
How time flies. Just like I mentioned two days ago, the day has finally come. It seems like yesterday when I talked here for the first time, but 5 months has passed. First, I want to thank all the host families. You have offered everything so well, and all of you take such good care of our kids and make all of us feel at home. Thank you so much. You will be in our most precious memories. And I also want to thank our Shi Laoshi, Steve. Thank you. You have organized everything so well for us. You often spend your weekends with us and help us so much. From the bottom of our hearts, you are forever a member of our family. We love you, Shi Laoshi. Then I want to thank Mr. Holman. You are so friendly to us, and your sweet smiles always make us feel relaxed and warm. And I want to thank Grant Roth, former Superintendent Bill Lupini, and the current interim Superintendent Joe Connolly. And Karen Wang, you are always so kind to us and often think a lot for us. I also want to thank select woman Nancy Heller. You are so loving and treat my kids like yours. Every year, you offer everything we need when we go skiing, such as warm beds and the hearty, delicious food. And those wonderful memories will be kept forever. Thanks, Elspeth. Thanks for the wonderful company from you and your 8 lovely kids. During the short 5 months, we feel the grace and the charm of Brookline. With your help and both of our groups explored the deep culture of Brookline and Boston. All these beautiful, fresh moments will be recorded throughout our lives. Now we do have something to look forward to. I do believe we will have the fantastic moments like this in Xi'an in the near future. The teachers in Brookline High School are not only friendly to our kids, but also helped them a lot with their lessons. And we will always remember and appreciate everyone's warmth and hospitality. And all of this will become our good memories forever. The last but not least, I want to thank the school committee. Without your support, I would never had such a good chance to stand here to say thanks. Happy times always become so short. We always have to say goodbye while traveling, but the affection and friendship between us will be endless. We will say goodbye with our bright smiles, and we will never forget the warm second home in America. Thanks a lot, my dear friends.
Thank you.
Some of you may know, but Nancy Heller opens up her home in the Berkshires for us every early January, and so we bring the whole group and go skiing, and she is a fantastic cook, we have to say. The group, the Gaoxian group will be leaving, they'll be flying from Boston to Los Angeles, where they'll spend a few days on February 1st, and then they fly back to Xi'an, followed by our group of students, 8 students, and our teacher, Miss Elsbeth Leslie. So, Elsbeth, if you could stand up. They're going to be flying back out to Xi'an on February 8th. And if I could ask each of our 8 students to please stand up, who will be flying to Xi'an. Very good. Yeah, I think we have a few people with school commitments, but you'll be seeing and hearing from them soon. So, thank you very much, and good evening. We'd love to stay, but I think
Thank you. Oftentimes we have a school committee member or two who might want to say a couple of words of farewell. I'm not sure if we do this year. Ms. Scotto, the vice chairman, she can always be counted on.
I can always be counted on to say how happy I am that the group has come from Xi'an, and to say for our students who are going, what a wonderful experience you are going to have there. I know because I've been there several times. It is a fabulous school with wonderful teachers, different from Brookline High. But in that difference, you will find many things that you will really enjoy. I particularly liked hearing the comments from the students and the teachers about the things that they are going to remember about Brookline, because I think it's important for you as you go back to China to understand that the students in Brookline who are still here, and I don't just mean the students in the Chinese exchange program, but all of the students that you've met, are going to have wonderful memories of you. Hopefully you've made some friends that will last for a long time. Finally, I want to say I am so impressed with your command of English. As I said, I've been to Xi'an. I have had Chinese language taught in my classroom. It is hopeless. I can say, however, xie xie and zai jian.
thank you, and thank you again for everything.
Thank you, and thank you very much to all of the faculty and staff and host families who do so much to make this program successful. We're so grateful for all of the time that you put in as well. And we would love to have you stay. We do have probably 11 more hours on the agenda, and so we understand if you have other commitments this evening.
Thank you.
Some of you may note that next on the agenda typically is updates from the subcommittees and liaisons, but in the interest of time, we've actually put that after the joint meeting with the Board of Selectmen. So we're going to move straight to public comment. And so Ms. Coyne will let us know if we have anyone signed up for public comment. Thank you. Good. We have one person, Scott Murphy. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I stopped by to see our Chinese students. I think some of the presentations to the school committee are just wonderful, including the Southern Sojourn that had its fundraiser last night over at the Teen Center for their trip this year. I did want to make a couple remarks. First of all, I'd like to apologize to Mary Ellen. I stuck my head in a meeting this morning as a school vendor was parked outside with a temporary permit, but not in a parking spot, with a big van blocking the egress to the building somewhat. And I saw that removed 3 or 4 hours later and replaced by a white school van that's still out there now, not in a parking spot. But I think the school department and its employees and its vendors should show more respect to the residents that foot the bill. I really came to also speak about the racial climate in the police department and the fire department and the schools in the town. I was able to attend one of the Board of Selectmen meetings that had well over 100 people, including a number of students from our schools, many of which are classmates of my sons, and I know. Those children, when they were freshmen at the high school in 2013, I believe, in September, the Sagamore had an article, a pull-out section said, let's talk about race. And there's been some conversation about race, but I was really disappointed to hear Officer Pilot and Z talk. I didn't know Officer Z very well, but I understand he's a graduate of Steps to Success. And I was here 2 or 3 months ago to ask about the Minority Student Achievement Network trip to the annual conference, largely attended by Steps to Success students. And it was canceled. You folks had approved it last June, but nobody went but the headmaster in early October, the first week, out to Madison, Wisconsin. I understand that you don't answer questions at meetings like this, but still we have no answers. And when I see that and the lack of support for the officers and stuff, I'm just disappointed. I'm wondering, is there discussions going on among the school committee members? I was here for the Driscoll teacher, science teacher, I believe, Mr. Chin, and the students in the schools, by lack of response, it teaches them a lot too. I know my kids have come home, and our conversations at the dinner table about how was school today led to a lot of these discussions about race. That's how I'm aware of it. But I'd just like to encourage the school committee to be engaged in these issues in town, and for their teachers to be engaged and responsive to their questions in the classroom. We need to. It's our responsibility. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. That's all that we have signed up for public comment. Is there anyone else here who wishes to make public comment? Okay, thank you, Mr. Murphy, for coming. So we'll move on to our student report. Mr. Khan, it's a pleasure to see you.
Thank you. In our new year, I thought it'd be interesting to give a very short update on the technology installed in a lot of the classrooms as the school continues to improve its classrooms. Many mounted projectors have been added to most of the rooms, and I think they're really cool. They're wall mounted, and they usually go over a whiteboard, and they're a mix of a smart board and a projector, because you can draw on them with electronic markers. And the teachers that use them really well. I think they're reliable and good quality and spatially help the room. And I enjoy them. There's also a sizable number of teachers that don't use them at all. Some even use their own projectors instead of the ones installed by the school, which is sometimes the source of some jokes. And the biggest complaint about that I hear is that the projectors were installed without their consultation, and therefore were in inconvenient places. And Ms. Holman also reminded me that some teachers just simply don't use projectors as part of their teaching methods, and that's fine. It's just interest in, I think, the projector part. Because in those cases, it's kind of ornamental. And then on a completely separate note, there have, similar to what Mr. Murphy said, there's been an increased number of discussions between the administrators and students about how race plays a role in the high school recently. More importantly, these discussions have been focused on what concrete changes can be made. There was a meeting with the English department recently, where the department tried to ascertain ways that they could change the curriculum, mostly in terms of books and discussions to include and respect perspectives and voices of people of color. And since then, Ms. Holman has charged all department heads to have what she calls a lunch and learn session similar to what the English department had to figure out ways that each department can shift their own curriculum. And all the deans were also instructed to have a similar dialogue surrounding school discipline instead of curriculum. And currently, the scheduling of these meetings is not quite complete, and I hope I can report out on the finances as soon as it happens. Additionally, a small group of students and teachers have been meeting with Ms. Holman periodically to start what they call a student action group. And the hope is that these students can help develop faculty training on anti-racism, bias, and privilege. And one teacher from this group has experimented with surveying her own students to get insights on her own biases or problems in her teaching, as one example of what work that they hope this group can put out. And a fair number of students are cautiously encouraged by these developments. These planned or completed actions indicate an increased level of discourse among the administrations and students that we haven't necessarily felt in a long time, and it is hopeful. And I say this to highlight one path that we continue to make, and not to overshadow the work that still needs to be done, which we were reminded today at the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Assembly, where several students spoke to remind everyone who has forgotten or hasn't noticed that the school still does need to improve ways to make it safe and equitable space. And the keynote speaker, Boston City Councilman Tito Jackson, left us with these words: "Our condition is not our conclusion." And if you want more in-depth information on the goings-on in the school or the MLK Assembly, obviously you can ask me. And there's also other opportunities to learn. In addition to events at the high school with students, which I know some of you have attended recently, you can also visit the Sagamore's website. They've been even more active this year than usual, and I think they're really great. And they're currently performing what they call it a blitz, where they're posting at least one article a day online. And you can check that out. It has topics ranging from teacher features to student protests to sports teams, so it's pretty comprehensive, and I think it's very interesting. And on the other side of the school, there's also some activity in student council. Student council is working to revise a bill on sports credit, because currently students need a quarter credit of fitness to graduate, and they need that each year. And students can get this through participating in a sport, a dance, a health and fitness class, lifetime activities. And some students also receive credit for out-of-the-school sports. But this process requires writing an essay, reading a book, and but some find a copious amount of recording. And it also requires a case-by-case approval. For example, if a student plays soccer on a club team, they would not get sports credit for it because soccer is also offered at the high school. And because of this, some students are frustrated, and it feels like the hoops to jump through are excessive. And therefore, student council is hoping to create a simpler policy. And I'm sure that the student perspective will be at odds with the health and fitness department. So we're hoping that we can have a back and forth dialogue and find a compromise that's satisfying for students and school. And obviously, if a compromise isn't reached, there's always the veto power. And
That sounded so interesting. Okay.
yeah, I don't know. I think the government constitution is kind of interesting. We've been looking at it in legislature. And finally, I'm very excited to announce that the high school has approved 3 all-gender bathrooms. And the time frame to open the bathrooms is not quite clear, partially because it's contingent upon the building department, I believe. But the hurdles within the school have been cleared. A group from the Gay Trans Straight Alliance talked with Ms. Holman and Mr. Mason about getting these bathrooms for the growing number of trans students in the high school, and Ms. Holman helped streamline the process. This is exciting because all-gender bathrooms are a concrete way that the school can support trans students. Trans students, even in Brookline, face significant struggles, and removing structural challenges is the job of the school, and I'm glad that we have begun on this process.
Excellent report, as always. Questions from the committee? I'm just curious, and while people are thinking, are there other things that either the Alliance or others are doing to identify ways that the high school, in its myriad forms, curricular, extracurricular, structural, is either potentially unintentionally creating barriers or making people feel unwelcome? Or is there is this a holistic look, or was this primarily about bathrooms?
This specifically was about bathrooms, but the group's also been looking at teacher pronouns, because a lot of the students that are trans aren't like trans that from what people consider trans a generation ago. A lot of them don't identify as male or female, and and that therefore don't use like the pronouns you usually associate, like he, him, his, she, her, hers. And there's been some faculty trainings about using the correct pronouns, and there's also going to be part of a faculty meeting February 2nd, I think, after school, where a panel of trans students and a group from the Gay Trans Straight Alliance will talk to teachers about ways that they can improve their own practices to make the space more comfortable. So I guess to answer your question, this was about bathrooms, but it's part of a larger push as well.
It would be interesting if you would be willing, and I don't know if this, or if someone could let us know what are the kinds of things that come up, things that, again, potentially people do unintentionally that they don't realize that they're saying or doing, that we should all be a little more aware of and sensitive to. It would be great to hear that in some form or another.
Right. Do you want it? I can put it into my next report, or?
That'd be great.
Okay.
Anything else? All right. Thank you, Mr. Khan.
Thank you.
Our interim superintendent's report.
We have a few updates to give you. The first one, item number 1, is the Pierce and Lawrence School Principal Search update. I'm pleased to report that we're on schedule, on time, and things are going very, very well. If you look at the two focus group PowerPoint slides we've been using at both schools, it kind of highlights where we are. It mentions first how successful we were pulling together a 12-member committee for each school of 4 administrators, 4 teachers, and 4 parents. The PTO helped us identify the parents. The CPAC helped us identify a special ed parent representative. The teacher union helped us identify a lower grade, an upper grade, a special ed, and a regular ed specialist to be a nice cross-section of our teacher representation. And both search committees have what I consider a very good representation of administrators. For example, at the Pierce School, we have Andrew Bott, who, as we know, is the principal of the Lincoln School, but Andrew also brings experience many years as a principal in Boston, so he brings a great diverse background to help us with the Pierce search. John, we've intentionally chosen a vice principal from each school to be part of the search committee to really help us through this process. We have Saeed Ola, vice principal of the Upper Devotion, serving on the Pierce team. Saeed has had several roles here in Brookline. He started as a METCO coordinator. He was a paraprofessional, and for many years he was a very, very successful math teacher at Runkle School, middle school math teacher, and now he's the vice principal of the Upper Devotion. So he brings a vast array of experience and sensitivity to many aspects of the Brookline schools to that search. Teacher representatives, I mentioned, we have in both committees, we have both upper, lower, and our specials represented. And I can't say enough about the help the parents gave in identifying a good cross-section of parents to be part of this search. We've had very well attended and very involved and very rich discussion focus groups. We've generated a great deal of ideas and input to help us develop the profile that the search committees will use. And if you look at the next page in the process, actually I think it might be page 4. It is page 4, and it talks about the timeline. And as I mentioned, we're right on schedule. We're at the January 11th to January 27th step, where we're doing our focus groups. We've completed 6 of our 8 focus groups. We have 2 more next week. And the deadline for our candidates is January 29th. And that Friday afternoon, the 24 members, 12 and 12, will pick up their packets. They'll spend 4 or 5 days reviewing the packets, and we'll meet the first week in February to identify what each search committee feels are the candidates we should interview, perhaps 10 or 12 for each school. They'll spend 3 weeks in February interviewing the candidates, and we hope they'll be able to then identify 3 or 4 candidates that they feel could do the job very successfully in their schools for a second round of interviews by our senior staff. And I've also got Charlie Simmons to help with the interviews. Our principals have a great deal of interaction with Charlie. And I've also invited John Ritchie, thank you. John Ritchie to participate. John is a retired teacher in Brookline. He's been a headmaster in Brookline. He's been a superintendent of schools in Lincoln-Sudbury for many years. Then he's come back like me and done some interim jobs. He's been an administrator at the Driscoll School. I think he's done a headmaster stint here in Brookline during his interim status. And he's also, the last few years, been a consultant to the superintendent and performed a number of special projects. So he's going to bring a wealth of experience to the search process. If all goes well, the second round of interviews and reference checks, those first 2 weeks in March, will allow us to identify 2 preferred candidates, and the goal is to use the March 22nd school committee meeting to announce our selection, and if we're really lucky, we may have the 2 preferred candidates in attendance to meet the school committee. All right? The one step that is optional is site visits, and that 3rd week in March, if time allows and we don't feel we're in real desperate competition with other school systems for these strong candidates, we might also add a site visit where you might take a teacher and a parent and myself, maybe a second administrator from the search committees to go on site and visit our preferred candidates. But we don't want to use that extra week and then find out we lose 1 or 2 of our top candidates to another school system. So it's all going to depend on how the competition stands at that point in time. But so far, I just can't say enough positive things about the attitude, the interest, and the participation we've received so far. It's going very well. Any comments? Yes.
Thank you. This is a lot of work, and I appreciate everything you're doing. I have 2 questions. One, are people allowed to, are candidates allowed to apply for both positions?
Yes, yeah, we've made that very clear. We intentionally posted the job as 2 separate positions. We didn't put Brookline 2 principals. And we've, Elaine O'Sullivan, our HR director, has indicated we have quite some overlap.
Yeah, that was what my...
which we expected. And we're going to treat it as 2 separate search processes. And there might be a possibility that 2 search committees will be interviewing some of the same candidates. And it's also very possible they may identify them as their strongest preferred finalists. And so our second round of interviews with the senior staff and myself, we may be interviewing, we're hoping to get 3 or 4 from each committee, but there may be an overlap there. And it doesn't concern me at all because we're going to identify the 2 preferred candidates and also identify the person that we feel is best for each school.
Right.
What we've promised the schools, parent groups and the focus groups is if they recommend 3 or 4, we'll call them semifinalists, all right, they will certainly get one of those 3 or 4 as their pick. Right? We won't come back and give them a candidate that wasn't part of the process.
Right.
And I've also made it very, very important that when they do recommend the so-called semifinalists, we do not want them in rank order. We don't want their first, second, third choice because if one happens to go to the other school, we don't want them to think they got the second best. Or if 1 or 2 are lost to another community, we don't want the school community to feel they didn't get the top pick. So we've made it very clear we're not going to rank order. They're going to give us 3 or 4 candidates that they feel would be very, very successful as principal of their school. And if you look at the paragraph in my report, I think it's the final paragraph, just kind of a good news update. Elaine O'Sullivan reports that as of Monday of this week, we've got a very good response. We intentionally did an extended posting period, the month of December and the whole month of January. January is really the ideal month for applications. We wanted to give people a chance to think about it before and after the holidays. And so far, it's actually got a little higher since this was printed. I think we're pushing 30 in both schools now. We have 1 or 2 more today. And interesting, about half and half as far as male and female in candidates, and we got about a 23% in one school and 23.3% in the other school of candidates of color. And so not only is our search committees reflecting the diversity of Brookline, but our candidate pool is also. So I couldn't be more pleased the way things are going. So knock on wood that
So,
we're successful.
Good.
I have one other question. I'm sorry to hog the questions. But in the past, when we've had principal searches and then finalists, there's usually been, before the person's appointed, for the person who's the finalist, they come and meet the community and have sort of a back and forth. I think we've done it mostly public interviews, almost at every school. That I don't see here. I don't know if that's part of the plan.
That was on our original timeline, and I think that in the site visit at their workplace is the option. If we feel we have the time, we're not risk losing our top candidates, would like very much at least to do the site visit here. Right? And that is, at this point, a possibility if we don't, by doing that, we don't lose chance of losing some of our top candidates. If one of the questions we're going to ask, are you interviewing elsewhere, and where are you in the process in other school systems? And if we know there's a lot of competition, and if we wait a couple of weeks to do this final steps, we'll fast track it. But we'd love to do it.
Yeah, but I think it's important for the person at least to come here and meet the community and do a day at the school to make sure it's a good fit.
One thing the search committees decided to do is to conduct the interviews at the individual schools. So instead of interviewing here at this central office, interviews will take place in each school, so the candidates will get a flavor for that school during that interview process.
But what about privacy for the
So
candidate?
it's going to be, we're not going to advertise they're coming in. And
Okay.
there'll be a room set aside for the interviews. It won't be a public interview.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on this? Because the rest of the report is about other things.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. It's a tremendous amount of work. It's very exciting.
Go to page 2. The Brookline High School renovation expansion SOI. In your packet tonight, you have the official letter we got from MSBA just before the holidays indicating that MSBA had deferred Brookline being invited into the program in 2015-16. This does not indicate that we don't have a legitimate project or a very legitimate need, but they were faced with a very difficult decision. There were 157 projects submitted statewide. 97 of those were core projects for total expansion, and the other 60 or so, 70 were for major repair. And of the 97 projects, they only approved approximately 20. The funding would allow only about 20 to be approved. So they were only approving about a 20% rate of the core projects. So we were in some tough competition. As you know, Mel and I did visit MSBA about the day before, the day the announcement came out, and they have indicated that the one thing they feel we could do, they encourage us to resubmit, and that is an option we're going to consider. But one of the major concept studies we did, as you know, was the MMAA high school expansion study. This was completed in late August, so we really haven't had a chance to really study it. And so my sense is we might be delayed another year in getting official approval to be a partner in the MSBA program, but we have a lot we can continue to do to keep the project moving. And the thing most important is a lot of work was put into this last year. A lot of people were involved in developing these observations and recommendations. And I think we can certainly, over the next few months, spend a lot of time studying this and trying to even better focus what we feel the options are for expansion at the high school.
So just to add to that, I mean, one decision that we've talked about needing to make, this might be in your report, David, is whether to continue to pursue MSBA partnership, and if so, for which project or which project as the priority. There are many people who are interested in this discussion. The selectmen are interested. Advisory is interested. I just got a list of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 questions from the advisory committee about the MSBA, just the decision about pursuing partnership or not. And so anyway, this, as Dr. Connolly said, this is going to be a discussion that we might tee up tonight, the need to have it. I assume it will be a topic within Capital Subcommittee, and then we'll all need to vote. But also it will be in other boards and other places as well. So stay tuned, because technically the window closes April 8th, I believe, but we need
January 8th to April 8th.
through April 8th. And obviously the staff is going to need some time to put together a resubmission. We could do a simple resubmission, which is basically just resubmit what we submitted last year, or we could amp it up, soup it up with some different information. So anyway, but the staff would need time to do that.
One thing that Mel and I did discover, meeting with the executive director, Jack McCarthy, last month, was that you are allowed to submit more than one SOI. For example, of those 97 SOIs that were submitted for review this year, they came from 60 communities. So obviously some communities had more than one in. However, if you do submit more than one SOI, you must identify your priority SOI, and that's the only SOI that is go through the due diligence review process by MSBA. So whether we submit 2 or not, only one's going to be considered, you know. Yeah.
Why would they submit more than one, and why would they accept more than one?
Just means that one's going to be in the holding pattern for a number of years, you know. So interesting thing. So clearly, whether we submitted 2 or not, they're only going to look at one at a time.
Right. So anyway, this is going to come up again an hour from now. Just FYI.
Item number 3 is an interesting thing. I've given you a copy of the annual letter that goes home to all employees in Brookline. It's our materials fee notification letter. There's a variety of dates they must adhere to. The one thing I added in the letter this year was just a kind of a caution that because of our increased enrollment and our space limitations, the notification date for acceptance is May 16th. And we're going to have to watch very closely, you know, what our enrollments are, especially in kindergarten, before we can commit to a number of material fee applications. And I also spoke with the METCO program and gave them the same caution. We have absolutely no interest at all in reducing the numbers. If the METCO program, historically, we've tried to maintain the 300 METCO students we have here in Brookline. We usually try to bring in the number of graduating seniors that graduated. And this year we have 25 METCO students graduating. So the intent would be to bring in 25 METCO students next year. Usually, most METCO students are placed in kindergarten. For example, this year we have 23 METCO students in this year's kindergarten class. And that continues to be our absolute top priority. Right, and we're just going to have to watch the kindergarten registration numbers very closely. Right now, we currently have 30 kindergarten classrooms system-wide. We really do not have an identified space for an additional kindergarten class. But if we felt we had enrollment numbers of Brookline residents plus materials fee students and METCO students, we would have to entertain the possibility of going to 31 classrooms. And then we'd have to sit down with the expert Charlie Simmons and look for options. David and I and Charlie did a tour of the school system a few weeks ago, and we do have some options for expansion if necessary. So we're really committed to supporting these 2 very worthwhile programs. And so all we've done is caution the potential participants this year that we have to watch closely our enrollment numbers based on our space availability. I think that's about it. Any comments or questions?
Mr. Glover?
With regard to both materials fee and METCO, in terms of when we notify or intend to notify folks about space being available, how does it compare what we're proposing this year with what we've done in past years?
Yeah, I think I'm not quite sure, Michael, but what I've done this year, I've added a second notification date. So we'll try to give 99% of the notifications by the May 16th, so they can take place in the pre-orientation activities. But we're getting into that July and August, and we're pretty much finalizing our enrollments for the year. If there are any more openings, we'll reach out to additional students if we can. All right, but our priority is going to be, certainly, as it has been in the past, our kindergarten students in both programs.
So we're not sure if we've typically done May for materials fee students.
No, it's always been May.
It's always been
Yeah,
the
yeah.
May date.
That hasn't changed.
Um,
Actually, I think it's March.
It's been March in the past?
I think it's a March, our first is March notification.
For materials.
Materials, oh, it's May, it's May for that,
May.
yes, yeah.
It says May in here. Is that
Yes,
what
that's
we've
right,
typically
yeah,
done?
That's right.
It used to be March, and we pushed it back to April, and it got pushed back to May. We've actually kept pushing it back, and I think that last year the conversation was this is as far as we would want to push it back, because this is as far as it could go. That gives us the most amount of flexibility to deal with the enrollment pressure, but also still allows the students and families to have enough notification that they can make their decisions, so to know if they have a place or not, and participate in the activities, with the welcoming activities.
Usually in early June, we have a lot of orientation activities for new students.
Right.
We don't want them to miss that opportunity.
But it's been moving back over the years, to some degree.
I don't
I
think-
asked
It
this
has
because
been.
I've gotten
I don't think
questions
this year's date different than the most recent
I think
years.
that's right.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about, so we have 30 classrooms, and I should probably know this, but I don't. How many kindergarten classes do we have this year?
30 kindergarten classes
30 this year, we'll have 30 next year.
So far, we have 30 earmarked for next year. That's 633 students this year. So we have roughly about a 21 per class average this year. And I think if our total, in this year, the 23 Metco students and our materials fee students were all accepted, I don't think anyone was turned down. And that helped us produce a kindergarten class of 633. So if we're in that range this year, there shouldn't be any issues. Otherwise, we may have to think about a 31st kindergarten class, so we can honor our commitment to these two programs.
Right. I know it's a little bit, I know it's very early in terms of enrollment projections. I mean, is there anything that we can say in terms of where we are this year compared to where we were last year?
We've done those enrollment projections, and that uses birth rates and uses registration. So we know the age.
In terms of actual
That's
registrations?
right, yeah. So we know we have the people in the community to generate at least that 600 mark, or plus 600.
I guess I was asking more
Asking something
specifically,
different.
how many people have registered by January?
I don't think they've done
20th?
that, yeah.
It's just started.
Right.
It's going to be really till
I
late
just first
February,
looked at this.
probably into March.
I think, right,
Rachel,
so let me,
January.
so time out. Do you want to? Yeah, I think, so typically there are a number of different kindergarten registration dates over the course of the winter and the spring, and sometimes Janice, Ms. McHugh, or whomever it is now, would publish for us, here's where we are roughly tracking based on the same time last year. So I think we have the first one. Do you want to say something, Dr. Schmuckler?
But please do.
Yeah. So how does this January compare to last January, sort of thing?
So kindergarten registration is currently undergoing, so January and February. As many of you know, we automated our registration system. So we're able to track everybody who has actually gone on and registered, even though they haven't yet come in to do the appointment. And so as of everyone who's registered up to March the 1st, we're tracking almost exactly as we were this time last year in terms of registrations, not including our Metco and materials fee numbers. So it's looking, pretty similar in terms of numbers, around 350 at this point.
Okay, so similar to previous years where we were,
Almost
last year.
literally, yeah, to
Okay.
the number.
But what's important, I think, is that we're getting that number earlier.
Correct.
Because before, we used to have kindergarten registration in February and towards the end of February, and we didn't really know a lot.
Well, it was
No.
over maybe a longer
Yeah.
period of time. We would know, because it went school by school.
Right,
It's now
Right,
Right.
now it's now
So
centralized.
we do have the
No, this
composite
is
number.
important. It's an important change, and I think it's a good change.
Well, it's far
although
more
I don't know how
efficient,
Mr.
yeah.
Glover experienced it.
Yeah, I mean, it went fine. My kid's in, so that's.
They
I
let
don't
you
know.
register, huh?
It's depressing, Mr. Glover, because I've been saying that 5 out of 9 school committee members do not have children in the schools, and now you've flipped it the other way.
But you've still got a few more months.
We have a few more months. All right.
I think what's also helpful is we have core and buffer. So we also are able to really look at where we've got core and we've got, as you know, very complicated buffering. So we've also got good numbers in terms of what that's looking like pretty early on.
And it was an important deficiency, and we're incredibly excited about how much better and increase in service to the families also. So thank you. Very excited.
Just a comment on buffering. David and I have been living with these numbers intently for the last several weeks, and I'm amazed at how well your buffering program works. You know, I know it's
You
complicated.
need to thank the woman over there, Rebecca Stone.
Sweat, blood, tears. I don't know.
30 classrooms townwide. You know, 30. I think what.
And Mrs. McHugh,
Go
of
between
course.
30 and 34
Oh.
sections by grade level townwide. And our class size are all 21, 20. The range is not that wide. You know, so the buffer is helping us maintain some balanced class size townwide. I'm very, very impressed.
Thank you for saying that.
Thank you for saying that. It makes it worthwhile.
Any other questions on the micro materials fee?
Yeah, so I just want to, sorry for a second.
It's okay.
So Medco has been typically made, the decisions on Medco have been made typically in March. We still intend to do that.
Yeah, usually MECO is the first round of approvals. Then we do the materials fee approvals. And I've already met with Susie, and she's well aware of the process.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, I'm just trying to understand what's really happening here, I guess, in the sense that, I mean, it sounds like in terms of both programs, we're not necessarily doing anything different. We've just put the word out there that we're
That's right.
closely monitoring.
Yeah, right.
And we haven't, and even though our enrollments are where they
And the
should
word's out there to the school committee, because if I come back here in late February, March, and say, folks, we're at 675, we're going to need that 31st kindergarten class,
Right.
you know, to support these worthwhile programs.
Right.
Right. No, I think, and that's important to mention. I mean, I think we, at least I want to be continually updated about
Absolutely,
this,
yeah.
and actually before even decisions necessarily are made, I'd like to get information about what's we intend to do if we're making substantial changes to what we've done in either of these programs.
At this point, we're not anticipating any changes at all.
Right.
We're just watching because of our limitations. We're watching it closely.
Good.
We may have to make some staffing decisions.
Yeah, Ms. Tram, and then Dr. Jackson.
I was just curious, as it seems as though we're not admitting as many folks as there is demand for this program. In addition to just identifying at what grade levels there's space, how are you thinking about prioritizing who is being admitted and who is not being admitted?
Time will tell. We're going to wait and see what the interest is in our materials fee, how many applications we get, and the number is locked in for Medco. We know we're trying to enroll 25 students to replace the graduating 25. All right, what we get for interest with materials fee, we'll deal with it as we get the numbers.
And so to that same topic, how many materials fee students? Well, first, I just want to encourage us to always put both materials fee numbers and Metco numbers in any reports about this separately and clearly, because I do think what often happens is people mush them together as programs. So I just think it's important to understand the numbers. So to your point, this was really helpful to understand what you're trying to do with the Metco numbers. So with materials fee, how many did we have come in this year? And then to your point, you know, I appreciate that we don't yet know the demand for this year, but just so we know what this year's number was.
I'd have to rely on Janice to tell me how many came in. I can give you the number of materials fee students we have at each grade level, but I don't know how many of those were new this year. You know. I think there are 12 in kindergarten right now, so I assume they're new. But there may be other grade levels.
Ms. Dunn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up again on what Ms. Stram asked. Because there are, and maybe I misunderstood, but because you say there are going to be 2 rounds of approvals, and so that makes it sound like you're going to be differentiating somehow in the pool of applicants about who gets admitted in the first round and then who is still waiting for the second round. Is that the case? And if that's the case, what are the criteria?
That's not the case with Metco. That might be the case with materials fee, because we have materials fee applications from teachers, from support staff, from town departments. And sometimes we can't honor all the requests, all right? But we do try to honor the school employees first.
Okay, so that first round is going to be on for everybody who's applied by that date.
That's right.
So it's about
Not necessarily, because there are priorities within the material. I think what he's saying is
right,
there are
no,
priorities
that's right. We
within
did
the
teachers
materials.
first, right? No,
Right.
that's laid out in
Right.
the letter.
Right,
I
right,
understand that.
right.
Okay.
So not necessarily
I'm going to
everybody
guess
who's applied by that date.
the late round might be other categories.
Other tiers, other categories.
Thank you. That's
right.
helpful. Thank you.
Okay, and so anyway, we can, maybe what we can do is we can work, Barbara and I are happy to work on the language a little bit, just to make it clear for everyone, but this is very helpful. So
And
yeah,
just
please.
very quickly, I know we're running out of time, but just wanted to call your attention to item number 4. I was so appreciative that Kenny Kozol made me aware of a very special all-town choral festival that was held last week, January 12th and January 13th. In your packet, he lists he teaches. He gave me a lovely full-stage picture of all the kids that participated. And what a great opportunity, bringing our elementary grade 6 to 8 choruses to participate and perform with our high school chorus. And it was a capacity crowd. Everyone had a great time. I was so appreciative that Kenny shared that with me, and I did have the pleasure of writing each of the music teachers a little thank you note, and I think that you have that in your packet. Certainly a job well done.
Terrific. All right.
And then number 5, and Jen could speak to it, I've highlighted some very special professional development activities being planned in the next few weeks. We have a 4-session microaggression program being run by a couple of our staff members. Again, it's Susie and Gabe, PD director, and a few other very worthwhile projects that kind of go in line with our priorities we established today. And if anyone has any questions about the programs, I'd love to have Jennifer come up and answer any questions you have. But very appropriate, very timely programs, very responsive to our current needs.
Dr. Fisher-Mueller, do you want to give us a minute or two on these? They're quite important.
You may recall in the override budget, we had an infusion of professional development funds. And in addition to the workshops and seminars listed in the report, if I can just rattle off a few of the other learnings that our educators are engaged in. And this professional development really falls into 3 categories. Professional development around cultural proficiency, professional development around teaching on issues of race, racism, and then professional development for our leaders, our administrators, on what leading for cultural proficiency looks like. So there was a student workshop that we included high school students, a National Race Amity Conference in November, which was absolutely wonderful to be learning side by side with students from the high school. We have professional development for evaluators on Standard 2 of cultural proficiency indicators. We're partnering with Facing History on Ourselves, offerings relating to the curriculum, race and other contemporary issues, race talks at Harvard's Graduate School of Education, online courses, choices in Little Rock, Teaching to Kill a Mockingbird, teaching about race and U.S. history with primary source, other opportunities, National Endowment of Humanities, Teachers as Scholars, utilizing our local experts for our curriculum rollout in social studies, grades 3, 5, and 8. And these were just ones that I recalled as I was sitting there and thinking about what else I could add to this report. So overall, I want to tell you that those funds are being used wisely and aggressively to address the priorities as Dr. Conley outlined.
Great. Dr. Jackson?
So you mentioned it, or it's mentioned in here, that we've got 2 police department members joining. How many educators are participating in these, or do we have we signed them up yet? Or
So this is a new course created by Dr. Tulukdar and Mr. McCormick, our Director of Professional Development. And Mr. McCormick received an email from a member of the police department asking if he and a colleague could participate. And that course was already full, but they extended that cap by 2 to include these police officers. And Dr. Conley either has or will be speaking with the chief and talking about that. So, being the first one, what we want to do is see how that goes. And we have interest already for another, I believe it's 30-something that have replied that are on a wait list, including a special course for administrators.
So how large is the class that you're starting with?
22, yes. Yes.
Terrific. Thank you, Dr. Fisher-Mueller. Any other questions on this? All right, seeing none, we are going to, anything else? Oh, sorry, that is your, okay, terrific. Thank you, Dr. Connolly. A wide-ranging report from 2 principal hires to the MSBA process to important professional development around race and other issues, and our materials fee Metco update from kindergartner. So an incredibly wide-ranging report. Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is an update on our capital planning process.
No?
Oh, no, sorry. Approval of our high school course catalog changes. We're about 10 minutes behind. Do we have teachers or do we have staff here to do this with us?
I was going to do it.
If there isn't, would you mind if we moved it back, because we are going to need a full half hour, and then the selectmen are coming
I guess so.
at 7:30 with your permission and patience.
I was really excited about telling you.
I'm really excited about them too, but I don't want to rush you and
That's okay.
start tapping my
Wasn't gonna take that long,
my
but that's
pencil at 10 seconds. Okay, so let's move agenda item 6 to the very, very first thing we do after the selectmen leave, and continue on to 6B, which is the update on our capital planning process, which will, Mr. Chang put us 3 minutes behind and not 13 minutes behind, which is very exciting. Mr. Pollock, I don't know if you want to introduce this, or Ms. Dunn. I'm not sure how you're tag teaming on this one, but I will hand it to you.
So this is a very exciting draft document with a number of really important parts and pieces that staff has been working diligently on. And Mary Ellen, if you'd join us, please, that would be wonderful. And it was previewed last week in the Capital Subcommittee, and a bunch of work has been done since based on that comments that were provided at that meeting. And I really will hand it over to our Deputy Superintendent to present it and maybe walk us through it.
So like Mr. Pollock said, the document is this is a preview of the future, in that we're working on a title. So if you have a better suggestion, we're sort of trying to move away from it being called a capital improvement plan or capital plan, so that it does not get confused with the capital planning process, because what this document really is about an infrastructure plan, and not all of it will be part of the CIP. Some of it will just be for us to be monitoring what our space utilization is, what the condition and quality of our buildings are, renovations, and it's just some general information. So it's sort of split into a couple different sections. Where there's a general overview, an introduction, some information about enrollment growth. That will, anticipating next November, we will actually have sort of an official enrollment report for the committee to review based on the October 1 data, so that the district starts issuing a formal document in terms of enrollment and where we are each year in each October 1. And some of that information will get pulled into this report as it informs classroom capacity, space capacity as well. And also, as we have long-term planning that needs to happen, there are 4 sort of planning charts for you regarding the 9th elementary school, K-8 interim capacity and swing space, the high school expansion without MSBA, high school interim capacity and swing space. So those projects are included in this document. as in terms of kind of what's in the works and what's being planned on, what's being considered. It doesn't mean that our other buildings are less important. It just means that these particular sites and locations are actively being discussed, and there's significant planning going on around them. The next section is really about a planning schedule, and we've going to be revising that. That starts on page 16. In this, we've modeled after the Parks and Recreation planning schedule that they have. They actually start planning FY18's capital improvement planning in January, and it allows for a review process to happen, planning to happen across departments, and that's a process that we are going to begin to emulate so that we're in cycle with the town boards and committees and when they need to do their planning. And also so we can actually include intentionally and deliberately DPW, Parks and Recreation, Building Department, with time for staff to actually have time to comment and be active partners in our building projects or in our facility infrastructure changes and needs. And provide a planning document for them as well, particularly if there are operating costs that they need to either absorb, take on, shift, or change. It provides them an opportunity to be part of our planning needs. And then the other supplement to this would be an annual supplement, the capital improvement program projects submitted on behalf of schools. This is something I've always done as part of a budget document, including all departments who somehow have a project that impacts and benefits the schools, which oftentimes school committee members are asked about. This way we sort of glean the mass of paper and sort of say, okay, what really is about schools, what benefits schools, so that the community and the school committee know specifically those particular projects. So that section will change from year to year. There are 3 appendices to this. One will be the enrollment report repeated when we have an annual enrollment report in November. The second one is conditions of our buildings in terms of an appendix, which will provide one stop in terms of when were modulars done, when was the last renovation done, what's the square footage of the cafeteria, what's the fire department's capacity. All those little detail questions that everybody asks but nobody has at the top of their heads. We'll be consolidating that with the onboarding of Matt Gillis, our new Director of Operations, because that's particularly information that I would do, any new administrator in my role would do in terms of getting to know the buildings and the insides and outsides of every building. So that will be, and it will also include parking plans and sort of a place to sort of document sort of what our parking plans around our schools, what's the process. It will also include building projects, be they minor, just as a summary document. And the final appendix is more about our approach to redistricting in terms of when do we redistrict it, how do we redistrict, what's the methodology, as a way to sort of codify and kind of document kind of what the approach is for redistricting. So that is obviously blank because that will be under development shortly or soon or in the future. But as a place so that redistricting, because redistricting and our infrastructure planning, those are tied together and often get tied together. In this way, in this document at least, it will be part of that overview so that as we publish this annually and update it annually, we have consistent information for all readers. So that's the goal of this document. There's a lot of information in here. Much discussion to be had again and in the future. But at least wanted to share this in terms of where and what you can sort of expect to see in terms of communication out of operations regarding our buildings and planning around our buildings and kind of where we're going to corral and harness all the resources that are put towards our facilities. So, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them about content or structure.
Just a couple of sort of framing questions. A lot of the fine-pointed material in here in numbers is preliminary.
Yes.
And not fully worked out. It's plug numbers, placeholders, things like that.
Yes.
So I think it's really important that that be really clearly spelled out as this gets circulated to the public and differentiated, so that people understand that we're trying to get this whole framework in place, but it's going to take time to have to dial in the different sections to a level of reliability that we're looking towards. Can you, Matt Gillis, the new Director of Operations, is not here yet. We're anticipating that he'll show up in February, cut loose by his school district, and be able to work full-time for us. Do you have a sense of which parts of this are going to start getting a lot, his devoted attention, and on what schedule, and when we'll be able to kind of dial in these horizontal pages that talk about project planning or the individual building reports or any other sections?
So the sort of larger project planning, such as 9th elementary school, high school, those, and K-8, those will still sort of sit in my world. Some of the detail, so the detail in terms of working with Parks and Rec, in terms of capital planning, individual projects for FY18, that he will take on immediately, filling out and doing the condition of school buildings reports he will do immediately. So that will take him probably until July to probably complete with some reliability and accuracy to make sure it's all pulled together. And so I would expect that we would do, in terms of the appendices being filled in, that would be around a July, August time frame. Certainly it will be a document that or updates that will be submitted as part of capital improvement plan, which starts in September, in terms of submittals that are required to the deputy town administrator. But as far as the larger planning with the 9th school, I'm involved with that. That will continue. Numbers around those 4 projects, that will be under me, and that will continue. And following up with the building department in terms of some of the numbers and all of that, that will be something that I'll be working on while he's getting to know the buildings very well.
Can I just ask a question about that? Because I think there is, it's a great distinction between the first 10 pages and then the various appendices. And so I think it might be helpful just to exactly do that. So maybe the priority is to get the first 10 pages or some piece of it locked down at our next capital subcommittee meeting, or whatever your schedule is, and then say, draft to be completed by July of 2016 for anything else, just so that, because these documents tend to travel out in the world and we can't, the framing doesn't, the verbal framing doesn't help, so maybe that's one thing that would help people. Okay.
It's really the first 14 pages are
14,
on
okay.
me, and the rest is all really either town meeting activity or would be part of the Director of Operations to maintain and update. Enrollment, the appendices for enrollment has been Joe Connolly and I, and redistricting I'll probably end up picking up in terms of, because I will be in multiple conversations around planning and discussions around that I'll start building the narrative around that for committee review before it's actually included in this document.
Right, and enrollment is its own, just to pick up on that one, there's a whole separate parallel conversations are going on about enrollment, and specifically enrollment from new projects, from building permits, whatever, and so that there's a little task force that needs to happen about that, which is not necessarily us alone, because there are town departments that are involved in that, and so there have been multiple conversations at various levels of, what is the best way for the school department to get good, reasonable figures, projections about what numbers of children could potentially be coming in from which developments, roughly on what time frame, and that's not something that we are recipients of that information. We're not drivers of it, and so how do we create that pipeline? That conversation's been going on for 18 months, and so hopefully, in the next quarter or so, we will actually get that into this process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know we don't have a lot of time, and I know that I'll get a chance at Capital Subcommittee to do this, but I just want to say two quick things. One is it's amazing how much you've already done to respond to what we talked about at Capital Subcommittee, so thank you so much for that. And in particular, I think we're heading in the right direction on the chart, the long chart on the planning. In terms of accessibility of the information, I think we're not quite there yet, but I really appreciate what was done in trying to lay this out differently. On Appendix 3, I would prefer it personally if we called that school attendance districts rather than redistricting, just because redistricting is not an ongoing process, but school attendance districts are. Thank you.
It's just, we're so excited. We're flabbergasted. We've been wanting this for such a long time. We're so excited. Are there any particular points you want to highlight? Because we do have another 10 minutes before the selectmen come, just of some of the substantive points in the first half. Or
I think I would like to just repeat, people understand is that there are numbers in here that are really placeholders and have not necessarily been vetted.
Okay.
And that really this is, when it says draft for discussion purposes only, that is really literal in that we're trying to pull together something that will be a useful planning tool for school committee members to use as a reference tool and others to use as a reference tool as we're planning the use and the expansion, replacement or refurbishment of our facilities. Eventually that will disappear.
Okay. I mean, I think the part that in my mind that needs a lot of iteration is the system-wide capital needs overview, because that's where it really does talk about pre-K through 8 capacity and renovations, and then high school, and some ideal dates. So the idea of completing devotion, adding a 9th elementary school, providing temporary facilities until those projects are done, continuing to monitor ongoing enrollment projections, thinking about other solutions if additional capacity is still needed. It puts in the frame the Pierce and Driscoll school renovations, which have not had their complete renovations, but it puts that in a post-2022 timeframe, which I think is we've been talking about, but it's on paper. And then developing over that timeframe a plan to begin the renovation cycle again. Permanent facility plans for BEEP and support spaces, which we've talked about. But again, it's documented, which is nice. And then in terms of the high school capacity, having to reconfigure the facilities to serve the 2,600 students that are expected by 2021, and provide temporary facilities, OLS or portables or whatnot, between now and then to meet those needs and the need for those ongoing plans. And then obviously working all that into the CIP. I mean, there might be other things that other people want to elevate, but what I like about this is that in a succinct way, you've kind of put it all in one place.
I think along those lines of sort of high-level points that are captured in the overview is that in the efforts that we've made to accommodate the 60 additional classroom sections that we've filled in the last 10 years. We've done extremely little expansion to meet the needs other than hiring classroom teachers and making new classrooms, and that all of the rest of our facilities are understandably stressed because of that throughout the system. I mean, I think the primary exception to that is the Runkle School, which was right-sized. It will be the Devotion School, in which all the facilities will be right-sized, and some efforts were made in the Heath expansion, where classrooms were added, and the library and the cafeteria were, the walls were moved out in the existing, those existing spaces. So, but other than that, we've got teachers and guidance counselors working in closets and all kinds of other things that have been done, classrooms in what were corridors, and that's a big part of the overcrowding, and also one of the reasons that we can't continue to address it by just building classrooms. But at this point, we really do need another school with all of the support facilities as well as classrooms.
So maybe, if there aren't more thoughts now, maybe one thing, Mr. Pollack, that you and Ms. Dunn can do is just go through this, and if there, for things that you're clear on, great, and for things that need work, so there's a lot of, analyses underway, we are in the process of, there's a lot of that in here, which is great, but maybe just, with your own highlighter, go through and say, here's when we're gonna be landing some of those decisions, and maybe that's something for capital subcommittee to talk about, because it's hard to do at a full committee level, but it's actually really important to know when different pieces are gonna land for the subcommittee.
So the other thing that occurs to me, looking through it, because, as you said, this is an annual census essentially for us, and yet there are pieces of the document that will not change every year, because we also do those 5-year projections, and so it would be helpful, at least for when we consider it in subcommittee, if there could be some way of flagging the things that will be relatively automatic for you to update on an annual basis. What are we going to see that changes each year? What's going to be relatively static for the 5-year projections that we're doing, just so we know, also so that we know how well it will serve your needs and our needs for planning purposes, and the town's need for information. So that would be very helpful.
Okay. Great. Ms. Gatto.
Just a quick thank you. We've talked a lot about what needs to be put in, what needs to be filled out. But even in this state, there is so much more information that we have at hand that we had, not that the information hasn't been available, but to find it, you had to go in so many places. And it's just clear that we are going to end up with a document that's really going to be very useful. And for that, I thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we might take a 5-minute recess to set up for welcoming the selectmen, if that's okay. So we will reconvene in 5 minutes.
Okay, I think we're ready to go, and this is the beginning of a joint session of the School Committee and Board of Selectmen to talk about the ninth school site search. This is the next in a continuing conversation, and I understand there's been a lot of, in the last month, there's been a lot of staff activity, and we're going to be learning along with everyone else what's been happening, and I think we'll be hearing about the timeline, the next steps, the progress on different sites. A lot of the focus has been on looking at LARS alternatives, so we'll be hearing about that. We'll also be hearing about potential cottage farm alternatives, alternative, potentially. And do you want to say anything?
No, the only thing I want to say is, first of all, a sincere thank you to everyone who's been part of this public process for the last number of months. We've gotten literally hundreds and hundreds of emails and hundreds of residents showing up at meetings, some overlap, but incredible show of interest and a lot of terrific ideas. We're all asked on multiple times, why aren't you engaging with us? Why aren't you emailing us back? Why aren't you engaging on social media? There's such a robust discussion, and I just want you all to know that we are actually legally prohibited from deliberating on places like Facebook. So if multiple of us start engaging on Facebook, that is actually illegal. So it's not that we don't want to. A number of people read it, some people don't. But just so you know, we're aware of it, and we're not actually able in mass to be able to engage. But thank you very much for your emails. We do read all of the emails for sure, and so we look forward to hearing our staff update.
Right, and I'll just say one more thing. I really like to try to respond to emails that I get, but just the volume has been so high that it's kind of prevented. It's just been impractical, so I apologize to anyone who sent me an email that I haven't replied to. And I'm sure many of the other members of the boards have the same experience. So I'll turn it over to Kara Bruton, who's the town's Economic Development Officer, who's been leading the effort for staff in analyzing the ninth school sites.
Great. I guess I'm going first.
Joe's going first, okay.
Joe Conley, Superintendent of Schools. Welcome, thank you for being here. You know, for the last number of months and meetings, we've talked a lot about the site, and we haven't spoke about the driving need for a ninth school for at least a few meetings. So briefly, we're just going to kind of give a quick overview of what the driving need is, which we all know is increased enrollment. This first slide shows this year enrollment by grade. And so you can see that through at least grade 4, thank you, where we have enrollments in the mid-60s to the high 600s to the over 700 through about maybe grade 6. But then there's a dramatic drop-off, which means our upper grades are averaging maybe in the high 400s, maybe low 500s. That's our concern. There's no indication that these classes of over 600 pupils per grade level is going to change in the near future. So these 600s are going to move on over the next 3 or 4 years, and eventually the high school, grades 9, 10, 11, and 12, will also be at the 600 range. And when that happens, you can see, and we're projecting to be the year 2020, 2021, we'll have approximately four grades at 600 plus students each. We'll have at least 2,400 students in the high school. So we not only have a ninth school need, we also have a high school expansion need. So we're talking seriously about both projects. The next slide, please. This shows you the history, the last 5 or 6 years, and moving forward the next 5 or 6 years in the future. And you can see that in grades K to 8, 5 years ago we had 4,600. This year, we have 5466. That's an increase of 814 students since 2010. In the middle school, in the high school, 9 through 12, 5 years ago, we had 1726. Now we have 1946 this year for an increase of 220 in the past 5 years. Total increase has been, these two together, 1,034 students in the past 5 years, with no stoppage in sight. For example, we're projecting over the next 5 years, past 5, future 5, we're going to go from this 5466 in grades K to 8 to 6193. That's a total increase of 727 in the year from 2015. In the high school, we're going to go from that 1946 to 2397, an increase of 451 students, or a total increase K to 12 of almost 1,200 students in the next 5 years, and we had over 1,000 students in the past 5 years. So clearly, we have a dramatic enrollment increase in Brookline, and that's why we've needed to do enrollments, increase projects at 2 or 3 of our elementary schools. We're facing a desperate need at the high school, and now we have a need for a 9th school. The final slide takes those numbers and just breaks it into classrooms. Currently, we have 255 classrooms available in our 8 elementary schools. We have a need this year for 260, and that's because we have 2 modules at Baker, and we have 3 rentals at Pierce, and we have one class at Lawrence that isn't being used right now. So we have a shortfall of four classrooms this year, being made up by the modules and the rentals. Next year, we're projecting a need for 5 additional classes, and so the 5 this year that we're either renting space or using modules, it's going to require us to find 5 more spaces next year. And that's what the Capital Planning Committee is working on right now. How are we going to find those 5 spaces to service our needs for next year? And as the years progress, those needs kick in because we're facing that 1,000 pupil increase over the next 5 years. So we're projecting somewhere between 27 and 30 classrooms will be needed when you get out 5, 6 years from now. And so at this point, we need to make some decisions now. So 5 or 6 years from now, FY21, FY22, we'll have that 9th school in place. And also, we'll be able to use, at the very least, the old Lincoln School to help the high school until we find a solution for the high school. So that's where we are. And that's what's driving our discussion and why we're trying to find the most appropriate site for this 9th school. Mel, do you want to speak to our meeting at MSBB? You want me to take it? Sure. A few weeks ago, we had submitted about March of last year, about the same time last year, we submitted a SOI, a statement of interest, to expand the high school. The Mass School Building Authority only takes action on these SOIs once a year in December. We heard in December, just before the holidays, that unfortunately we were deferred for another year. That doesn't mean we don't have a desperate need. It just means that the Mass School Building Authority is looking at many projects. They have to identify the most urgent projects to fund or to bring into their partnership with them each year. Each year, their funding makes it possible for about 20 new projects to be invited into their process. Last year, there were 157 projects submitted. 97 of those were core major renovation projects like our high school, and they only approved about 20, so we had 1 in 5 chance of being accepted. The 20 they did approve were what they considered the most urgent projects. Some of the needs that they look at are structural integrity. That's a #1 need. Then enrollment-driven is the second highest priority they look at. Ours is pretty. We have an old, tired building, but thank goodness it's a structurally sound building. Our need is enrollment-driven needs, space shortage, and we're going to consider over the next few meetings whether we want to resubmit that SOI for next year. But clearly, the high school expansion continues to be one of our priorities. Mel and I went to the Mass School Building Authority. We met with their executive director, Jack McCarthy, about the time that the decision was made. And Jack indicated that, we have 2 projects. We could submit 2 SOIs. For example, those 97 projects that were submitted last year, they came from 60 communities. So obviously, some communities have more than 1 SOI in. However, Mass School Building Authority makes those communities that submit more than 1 SOI to prioritize which one they consider their greatest need. And the Mass School Building Authority only considers that 1 project. So even if we did submit 2 SOIs, they're only going to act on 1 at a time. And so that's a concern. And what Jack McCarthy did tell us at the end of our meeting is that recently, in fact, over the last year, much of our staff and much of our capital planning volunteers did an intensive study of the high school needs. And this is the report. And this was submitted to the Mass School Building Authority. And as we wait for a consideration next year, we have plenty of work to do in analyzing this report and deciding if this report really addresses the needs we hope to address. So there's a lot of work to do. The fact that we've been deferred for a year doesn't mean we're going to lose momentum. We're going to stay busy so that when we are invited into the process, we're ready to go and we have all the information we need to facilitate the decision. Any additional comments?
Yeah, I'll just add, Joe, thank you. That was accurate. We're reluctant to characterize what MSBA says to us in private meetings, but I think it's fair to say that they would only agree to approve 1 project at a time. And then as projects are in their process, that's going to take a while. So I think we can expect that we only will have 1 project in the pipeline after devotion is concluded. The night school then, in my opinion, is the school where we would probably forego participation with the MSBA for a few reasons. One is that compared to the high school, it's probably a lesser project in scale and cost, and we would want to maximize the higher value project. And as Joe pointed out with the enrollment statistics, the night school is something that needs to be done quickly. And one thing that participation with the MSBA involves is a lot of deliberation and time. So for that reason, we don't recommend that we consider the night school as a candidate for MSBA participation.
Just to note that this is something that will be deliberated over the course of the school committee, the Board of Selectmen, in consultation with advisory. There's a number of conversations to go on this before any decisions are made. But anyway, we're very grateful for the report back and the information and the recommendations. So we'll go from there over the next number of weeks.
So again, my name is Kara Bruton. I'm the Economic Development Director for the town. Work in the planning department and have been working with schools and building staff. Working. Hello? Can you hear it?
Press the button.
Is it green?
No, it's green. It's green. Okay.
Just
speak into it.
It's green. It's hers.
Can you guys hear me okay or not? This one works. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? So my name is Kara Bruton. I'm the Economic Development Director for the town. I work in the planning department, been working with building staff as well as parks, recreation staff. Lisa's here somewhere in the back, out in the hallway. We've truly been meeting weekly, if not more often, to try to lurch all of this process forward. When I last saw you all, it was at a joint board meeting in December, which many of you were at. I came away with a long list of things to do in 4 weeks with other staff, questions that you all had that you felt like you needed in order to try to narrow down sites or think about which site might be best to do further, deeper study for a night school. So tonight we're going to talk about quickly a timeline and decisions to be made. I am not asking for any decision to be made tonight. There is lots of information that's all new to all of you tonight and to everybody in the audience. Updates, we have received many emails, I would say in the order of 300 or 400 to 500 at this point. So community input. A quick update about Hancock Village, some information about study sites, again, many of the questions that you all had, and then recommended next steps. So we have been working hard to figure out how we get from here to a Ninth Elementary School study being open. The last joint board meeting that we were talking, there was a timeline that said the earliest we could possibly get to a town meeting vote for a debt exclusion would be spring of 17, which would, the earliest we could then open a school is fall of 2020. What we are now saying is that the earliest we could possibly get a Ninth Elementary School open is fall of 2021. So we're shifting forward a year. And in order to make that deadline, we would need a final decision on a site by October 1st of this year. So these timelines will continue to change. I don't have a detailed timeline to give to you all tonight. What I can tell you is that there is nobody in Town Hall that can figure out how to get a school open by fall of 2020. Decisions that we would like, that we think need to be made next. We have been in the world of the Civic Moxie report for a good year. That is mostly kind of site planning, conceptual planning, large picture, on the, diagrammatic views. Eventually, I need to hand this off to the building department, and that means building commission being much more involved with the scope, with the studies that you all normally see as we've renovated each school project or any building project. That process in itself requires what's referred to as a committee of 7 process. What that means is what the important part of this for you all to know, and especially for the public to know, is that the closer we move, the more we move away from planning studies to building and architecture studies, the more we need to follow the committee of 7 process, which is through the building commission, requires a detailed scope. There's all kinds of state laws that I know nothing about. What I do know is that that process from writing a contract to doing an RFP to getting something back, site visits, and then starting work is about 4 months. So the more we want information that's more like an architectural study, the longer it's going to be before we can get even started on further investigations. Therefore, I don't think you all are ready to narrow down the sites yet. But what I do think is that we should take advantage of the volunteers we have and the expertise they have. The Building Commission, who we've met with once preliminarily, has offered, as they do with all building projects, they're more than happy to help kind of define a scope. Their expertise and their jurisdiction, their reason for being, is about construction, about public building construction. They will be very helpful in understanding anything to do with risk as it relates to construction, time as it relates to construction, cost savings, and all of that would be very helpful at some point. They are not going to be able to help us do a full scope for 26 sites. We really need to narrow it down to 1 or 2 sites before asking the Building Commission to do a full scope of that next phase. The other thing the Building Commission is not going to do, so this is what I need direction from you all, is any decision between sites that are programmatic, which part of town, how much open space should a night school have, should it all be on site, should it be on the roof, what's acceptable. Those are programmatic policy decisions that the Building Commission is not going, and I'm not going to be able to answer. So if we're trying to keep moving forward, here we are today. The next Building Commission meeting is February 9th. That gives us about 2 weeks. If you all wanted to, if we could figure out in our calendars that we could meet again before February 9th, then possibly at that next joint meeting, after you guys are able to take all this information in tonight, have a couple weeks, then we could possibly do 2 things. We could, or do both. We could select, you guys could tell me some sites that you'd like to see new or revised preliminary schematics. In other words, the same level plan that you've seen in the Civic Moxie report. Or selecting, narrowing it down to 1 or 2 finalist sites as a potential committee of 7 process that we would then flesh out more with the Building Commission. And I'm sure this will change. We're just trying to figure out what's the next big joint in this timeline. So I'm going to move on to updates. So from the community, again, we've heard significant and very strong emails have been written, and not all consistent with each other. I feel comfortable saying that we have had consistent interest expressed by a mix of open space advocates, climate action change advocates, and others to consider Pine Manor as a possible school site, as well as a possible site for the town to think about for future open space and recreation needs. In South Brookline, we have heard from residents advocating to study using a portion of the golf course. We have heard from many others that are strongly against studying it. The concept of that is, from my understanding, is to maintain an 18-hole golf course configuration as there is today, but to possibly reconfigure, redesign 2 of the holes or not. It may not be required, but to site a 9th Elementary School nearest the intersection of Newton and South Streets. So if you think about where South Street ends, there is a triangular piece of property that's about 2 or 3 acres and is wooded right now, right across from South Street. Other possibilities mentioned have included Baker School, Baldwin School, and Dane Park. We continue to hear a desire to utilize space that is already built on, like the Village School, which is the Stop and Shop site. I today got a letter from the Brookline Smart Growth Coalition, which was also so that's signed by a couple dozen town meeting members, just as the letters for and against the golf course. We've had a couple dozen town meeting members for those letters as well. The Smart Growth Coalition has some kind of more principles that they want to make sure we keep in mind, encouraging reuse of existing development, especially existing buildings, mixed use development, preserving and protecting open space, increasing it when possible, observing smart growth strategies such as accessibility by walking, biking, and public transit, and then considering environmental impacts, especially greenhouse gas emissions, and climate change adaptation. So that's a very small list of criteria that of comments we've heard from the community in the last 4 weeks. Moving on, wanted to give you a quick update about Hancock Village. For those of you that don't know, there is a 40B project that was submitted, fully permitted, and is now in various stages of legal battle. There has been a second 40B application that was filed for the same site, but on the western side, filed December 21st with the state. It's for a project eligibility letter. That's an additional 119 elementary school students is what we're estimating at this point. The applications for an additional 192 units. Okay, any questions so far about what I've from you all? Should I keep going? So I'm now getting into site-specific information. And some of this is a repeat from what I went over in December. The Cottage Farm School, again, we have heard pretty clear, it was very good feedback from the Preservation Commission that any proposed building on the site should have a smaller footprint than what was shown in the Civic Moxie report, so that there is more space between the proposed building and the existing single-family homes in that neighborhood. And also to make sure that the height, or at least to aim towards, the height being similar to the neighborhood. So for example, from Amory Street, that would be equivalent of a 3-story school. The wetland resource area boundary, we have a little bit more information on that. There is an isolated land subject to flooding that we have known about. There was question about how much it might come onto the property that we were looking at as a concept plan. From records that we're able to go through with the Concom agent and engineering department, the boundary is likely to follow kind of right on the edge between the Amory Woods parcel and the Mass Association of the Blind parcel that we were looking at, and it's for flood storage. period. It's not like vegetated wetland. It's a different kind of protection. The resource, that regulated resource area, is about flood storage. Within that boundary, there's a possibility of a different type of regulatory possible concern within the Amory Woods parcel, and that's if within the ILSF there's a vernal pool. Town staff has looked for indicators of a vernal pool for the last couple of years, has not found any. They plan on going back out there again this March and April to again look for indicators of a vernal pool, but it is not on the study site. Yes, Helen.
Could you just tell us what is a vernal pool?
I used to delineate wetlands, and I do have a pair of waders still in my garage, but I don't feel comfortable answering that question. So,
Not how you determine it.
the basic idea is that it is usually a depression. It can be in the wetlands, but it's not always. It can be just off in the uplands. It is commonly where there is breeding for animals such as salamanders, turtles, frogs, as well as dragonflies, beetles. Many of the animals that are in vernal pools are also protected species separately. So, yeah, is that enough? So, okay, vernal is spring. Often there's water in the spring. Moving on. Harvard Street School. Again, this is the TJ Maxx site. We continue to, communicate, keep the owner updated of the process, but there's not much to update her on at this point. I do hear a little, one or two emails saying, oh, we should really look at the Harvard Street School more, that it seems like a good site, but I'm not hearing that consistently. And then finally, you all asked, and others have asked too, what would be the impact on, say, the median, the average, which is different from median, but the median residential taxpayer if commercial property was taken offline. So if TJ Maxx went away, which the Civic Moxie report did not propose, but questions have come up of, well, what if we purchased the whole property and did not replace the retail? What would happen? If we did that, a median residential taxpayer, and these are numbers working with Gary McCabe, our tax assessor, using today's FY16 numbers and everything else being equal, which never happens in any given year. But if this was the only thing that changed, then a median condo owner would see an increased annual tax bill of $3.86, and a single family homeowner would see an increase in their annual tax bill of $12.41.
And the theory there is if a commercial property is taken off the tax roll, the town doesn't lose the tax revenue. The tax revenue paid by that commercial property is then shifted to all the other taxpayers in the town.
So the the Center Street School, which is the Coolidge Corner East parking lot, I have very few updated information about that. In case anybody didn't know, the library trustees are actively engaged in a community process about renovating or rebuilding the Coolidge Corner Branch Library. Their process, including a potential state grant, is such that, this might sound familiar to you all, that they need to look at least one off-site option. That off-site option is the Center Street parking lot that we are also looking at. If anybody's interested in more information and what that's all about, there is a public meeting this coming Saturday at 2 p.m. in the Coolidge Corner Library. So the Village School, also known as the Stop and Shop site, there's continued community interest from different groups and different residents. There is a desire to keep the grocery store, is what I hear more so than not. A desire to avoid the residential property access that was shown in the Civic Moxie report going through the condos. We also did receive a letter from that condo board asking to continue to be kept apprised that they did not think it was an appropriate access point to come through their site. And they also had concerns about the grocery store going away, as well as any negative effect that a school in the area might have, whether or not it accesses through their property. So you all asked me what would be the net savings, how much would we save if we didn't try to replace the grocery store as an option. So I spoke with Susan Silberberg and her team in the Civic Moxie report. This is where it gets really tricky, but in a way it's really simple. The answer is we would see little savings from what you've seen in the report. And the reason is because the concept behind the Village School site as well as the TJ Maxx site was for a third-party developer to rebuild everything that you see in the plan and then basically sell back to the town the school portion, and as a developer sell or keep and rent out the retail space. So the cost that you all see in the table that compares each of the sites for the town is the town portion of the Stop and Shop site. So if the Stop and Shop were not to be replaced, we would probably see a smaller site area that we would need to build a night school, right? And we would probably see an easier construction design overall. So maybe less structured parking, maybe a little bit more open space. But on the flip side, we would need to pay more for the acquisition of the Stop and Shop site because that property owner would be would not have any financial benefit in the future. They would be giving up the whole property. Neil?
So the big question is the community amenity of a supermarket on the site, which we would have to test. My gut is it's a supermarket over there is a good thing to have.
I think there are lots of considerations, so either we're going to deliberate this or not, so you might want to keep going.
The next thought about the Village School is there's interest from you all and from others, interest in seeing whether or not we could further tease out the commercial use and the school uses on the site. At least one of you at the last meeting talked about your personal work life and how a third-party development scheme would be extremely complicated and likely risky. So you all expressed an interest to see whether or not we could further separate those uses, either at least separating them by building so that they're horizontally separated, and hopefully also separating access for cars between the two uses. And I'll show you a drawing on that in a minute, a sketch. Finally, the cost to the taxpayer if we took the grocery store offline completely for a condo would be $3.86. For a single-family home, $11.67. So this image was in the Civic Moxie report. This is a map showing all of the parcels that were studied as part of Civic Moxie's Village School concept. So this is the existing Stop and Shop site. It has parking in front. There is a car wash that's on the kind of back side of this parcel. And this is a separate parcel, but is also parking. It feels like all one site. The reason the part of the car wash is shown in a different color is because in the preliminary schematic that Civic Moxie did, the idea was to have a school above a grocery store all rebuilt as one structure with some play space in the back, a parking structure that's shared for both uses, and using the car wash parcel while all of this is under construction to try to keep the grocery store, to try to rebuild the grocery store while construction's going on so that the grocery store can be rebuilt and while the construction's going on, people could park at the car wash. The other big piece that we got a lot of questions about in open houses and other forums was, what is the circulation showing here? And all kinds of caveats that this is a preliminary schematic, but the circulation shown here shows all traffic for both the grocery store, trucks, shoppers, students, teachers, employees, all coming through the alleyway between the N-Star and the back of what's the teen center now, using a piece of the Walgreens property, coming through, this is where the residential condos are, coming through their parking lot, and then likely at a lower grade so that you could access the parking garage on lower levels, coming through, circulating through the parking garage, and then leaving one way on Harvard Street. So this is a bubble diagram. This is clearly on the side of planning, not architecture. But I have been brainstorming with other staff, and you can see there's some line work in here, but very rough. I believe that if we were to consider having someone look at a revised concept, that if we added the gas station parcel, which the Civic Moxie report did not do, here's a gas station parcel, but did not include the residential access or the piece of the Walgreens back here, then I believe there's at least one option where we could see the grocery store rebuilt closer to Harvard Street as a separate building, have a ninth school, elementary school that meets the same square footage we've been looking at in the Civic Moxie report, 3 stories, as a if you think about it as an L shape of some sort wrapping around, and circulation being completely separated. So circulation for the schools, this is an in and out coming through here to parking, and customers that need to drive to the grocery store would be separate coming this way to the parking, and the idea that a parking garage, if we wanted it to, can be completely separated vertically, so that even though on the plan it looks like there are two uses sharing the same space, it's still completely separate. Another thought is that we were talking about with the Stop and Shop site might have rooftop play. There might be enough room if we looked at this again to have some rooftop play on a portion of the school building, but also to have at grade field play area. We know that there's certainly a gas station there up closer to the street today, and there's a car wash in the back. But Greer Hardwick reminded me that the entire site was a car dealership or auto salvage site for decades, way back when. There's some great photos. And it's just a reminder that any urban site we would need to look at for past uses. So this is a concept that further explores separating the uses.
So this concept doesn't touch the condos in the back?
No. That's correct. Yeah.
Where is the truck access for the grocery store, the big trucks that deliver?
So again, the concept here is that would be actually a separate curb cut altogether that's only for truck access and the loading dock here at the grocery store. But I am sure that someone who gets paid to do this could do a better job. In the assumptions, all I'm saying is I think the space volume could possibly work enough that I think it's worth exploring further.
So this stops at the gas station in terms of?
It includes the gas station. It does not include the 3-story smaller office building, Jean, with the Empire roof. I don't know how to describe it. It's a blue office building here. There's a piano store and then the medical office, the larger medical office building. Okay. So Walnut Street School, which utilized the concept used the old Lincoln School, we are expecting to use it as swing space for Brookline High School starting in fall of 2018. If we were to use the U-Haul site as shown in the Civic Moxie report, the effect would be $1.20 for a median condo owner and $3.88 a year for a single-family homeowner. There is one piece of information that we don't have. Go ahead.
The concept here is we would lose the old Lincoln School for swing space, and really for the next probably 10-ish years we know of various uses that we're going to need it for. So if you think about how much would we have to pay to replace that space and obtain swing space, and we now actually have a comparable. The Devotion School is going into the 30 Webster Street, and it's approximately the same square footage, or roughly the same square footage, and it's running probably in the range of over $2 million a year. So, you know, if you do the net present value of a cash flow of $2 million, a bit more than $2 million a year, you begin to get a sense of how much that would add to the cost. And that's a number we'll be working up.
So moving on to the Isabel School, we did receive a memo from Town Council Jocelyn Murphy tonight, literally about 45 minutes ago. We will be posting that tonight before we leave Town Hall, I promise, on the project webpage so everybody can access that. Regarding the Lars Anderson site, which we looked at for the Isabel School, and I'm using as close of language as I can from Jocelyn's memo, that a decision to use any portion of the property as educational use would be highly vulnerable to a challenge as a result of at least one federal Land and Water Conservation Foundation grant that purports to protect the entire park as open recreational land. In addition to that, we continue to hear strong advocacy to preserve the use of Lars Anderson for future park and recreation uses. And a note here at the bottom, before I do this last bullet, you all also asked for us to reach out to the City of Boston to see what the permitting would be required for rebuilding a maintenance shed within the City of Boston. I don't have an answer for you yet. I'm not sure if I am. We'll see which happens first. We find a Ninth Elementary School or we get a definitive answer from the City of Boston. But the question's been asked. Let me know if it's more of a priority. So the additional sites that either you all mentioned or others mentioned by the last joint meeting, I think you all discussed as well, included Pine Manor and Baker School as additional sites that, you know, maybe what we wanted to look into more if we felt like Isabel wasn't one that you wanted to move forward with and wanted to have other options in South Brookline. So the Pine Manor site, this has been ideas of what could happen with the Pine Manor site if we do nothing and individual parcels continue to be sold off. If we have, you know, a great master plan where all municipal uses are considered and we work with Pine Manor, which would take very long, and anything in between. All I'm showing you tonight is existing conditions. This boundary here is not all of Pine Manor property, so this, I'm sorry, is this Heath Street? The top, and this is Woodland Road. So Pine Manor campus, I'm sorry? Oh, Pine Manor campus is all of this, as well as soccer and tennis fields that are kind of off the map right now. So looking at, you know, what's going on there today, there's there's about 9.5 acres. Again, these are not parcel boundaries. I'm just trying to group uses that are there today. There's about 9.5 acres that's being used for dormitories today. Pine Manor undergrad and graduate school together is less than the population that we're talking about for a Ninth Elementary School. So it's less than 550 students. So there, but unlike our students, as far as I know, they are also living there at the school overnight. So that's 9.5 acres, the dormitory space. There's about 14 or 15 acres of what I'm labeling here as, you know, core area, academic administration space, including the very lovely building. When you come in, you kind of, if you meet the president or have any function, you might have been in this building that kind of overlooks the rest of the property. And then there's 3.5 acres of the gym, the Performing Arts Center, this area, and there is a child study center, which I'm, you know, lumping in the rest of this of 3.7 acres. Oh, I forgot two things. So one is the recreational areas and pond of about 7 acres. Just for reference, this other green area is the Baldwin Sewell area that's owned by the town across from Woodland. And then there's, you know, this in-between space of mostly wooded area that's about 4.4 acres. Yeah.
For reasons related to the work I do outside of the school committee, I recently did a visit to Pine Manor and was informed that there are pieces of Pine Manor that, while they appear in the boundary, are not actually owned by Pine Manor. And so I would just encourage us to figure out some of those. So, for example, there is a pool on campus that they do not have access to, but it is right there by the dorm areas, and you would assume was owned by the campus. So just something I learned recently I thought I would share.
Yeah, there have recently been parcels, in addition to parcels that they no longer own, or at least under the same entity, there are additional parcels that have been subdivided off within this, but not sold yet. So there's kind of several layers of the property as a whole kind of decaying as one unit. And there is a fairly new home that was built on this residential lot that used to be a part of it. Okay. So the concept, if you all wanted to look at this more, I wanted to stress that, you know, I think it would make sense to start by understanding Pine Manor's facility and maintenance needs for a potential partnership. And also, I wanted to underscore the thought behind those who are interested in looking at Pine Manor primarily was not driven by it's the best location for a night school, but because it's a great place for the town to think about multiple municipal uses all at once. So I just want to be clear that the concept that people have been telling us about looking at Pine Manor is about, you know, kind of planning big picture of what might be good for the town.
Might I just mention that I was advised to, or authorized to meet with Pine Manor administration, which I did about a month or so ago. Had a very cordial meeting with their interim president, who actually was a former president. And if you know a little bit about Pine Manor College, they've gone under a lot of transition in their leadership over the last few years. I would say that we had a very cordial conversation, but you know, there is no strategic plan of the college to sell off any further parcels, but I did indicate that, you know, the interest in public use of space in the south section of town was intense, and that we would continue to be thinking about it and would come back to them if we thought we had anything that would represent our mutual interests. So I just want everybody to know that, you know, we shouldn't be just kind of carving up Pine Manor's property without some process, and I've initiated that process, and I, you know, just want to make sure I maintain that that relationship with Pine Manor College.
So moving on, one of you all mentioned at the last joint board meeting the idea that I'm not sure who, but somebody was the statement that there has been talk about possibly exploring the parcel that is owned and controlled by the schools already for Baker School to potentially, you know, I guess it's been studied maybe by the school committee or school administration in the past, you know, how else might we expand at Baker? How big is the property at Baker? And I have to admit my immediate reaction was, please tell me what you're talking about. Because after walking the site and all the school sites with our building staff, I just didn't understand what space was being referred to. So this is a site plan. This is actually a plan that was done back in 2000. There's an older wing of the Baker School, and then there's a kind of pedestrian bridge that goes over a driveway, and there's a newer, newer school. Back in 2000, renovations and additional expansion was made. This hatched area here, which I believe includes a multi-use space now, and someone remind me what the space is. Library. Yeah, library and cafeteria. So this plan represents existing conditions. There are tennis courts down lower, which are right next to a stream and wetland system. All of this is horse sanctuary. So when we hear about the horse sanctuary property, it is a different parcel than the one that is controlled by schools at this point. These blank areas that you see here, when all the topography lines just stop, that's because the surveyors don't have pens that are that thin. What happens is this is ledge, so the difference in topography is so fast that on the survey they just show a blank space because it drops off so quickly. This is a baseball field. We understand that Little League plays there. There's some courts here as well. This is the only off street from Beverly drop-off, a little crescent. All the drop-off happens right now along Beverly Road, and they now do this in the wintertime as a one-way system because of snow encroachment making it difficult. There is also a soccer field here, but as of right now, we're not able to program baseball, Little League, and other sports at the same time on this field. So this whole site is 11 acres. So remember, we've been looking at other sites that are 2 to 3 acres. So the question is, could we find somewhere within this 11 acres a piece for a Ninth Elementary School? Then we start to look at constraints. So basically, this boundary line here is the wetland boundary. So here's the wetlands here. The stream kind of goes off like this. So this is a 100-foot wetland buffer line. If it's just wetland buffer, it doesn't necessarily mean we can't do anything in that, but for planning purposes, it's a very good idea to try to start by staying out of the 100-foot buffer, especially with paved surfaces, roofs, that kind of thing. So is there potential here? I don't know. What I do know is that if we wanted to look at this more, we would need to work with the existing Baker community. We also would, I believe, want to jump very quickly into a study that involves a school architect, not a site planner, because any use, in addition to the existing school here, will need to think about reconfiguring play space for both schools, may need to consider rebuilding some of the existing building that's here for Baker, all depending on trade-offs. And so what that means is if you all wanted to look at this seriously, this is where the building commission would come in. An architect team would need to work with you all and ask you trade-off questions all along the way, just like you do for any design project. But as far as the question, could we fit another 100,000 square feet in addition to the existing Baker School square footage in 3 stories with parking and some play space? Yes. How would circulation traffic work? I have no idea. I believe this is one of the sites that if you all wanted to look at, we would need to quickly jump into an architect full deep study. We're at the end. So recommended next steps. I'm hoping that you all might think about trying to find a date, possibly in the next 2 weeks, so that you all can have time to analyze, take in all the information, and discuss these all of the sites that we've talked about so far. Ideally, it would be great to move things forward if before the next building commission meeting, and I have asked to be on their agenda with a hold, because I'm not sure what I would be doing there yet. If before that meeting you all were able to come to some decision of studies that you would like to see that's on the civic moxie level, site planning, we could move forward with that faster because the process isn't as long to procure those services, or at some point to narrow it down to 1 or 2 finalist sites and go through the committee of 7 process. I need to pause here and say that there are other studies we could do. We could look at traffic. We could do a geotech study. We could do wetland delineation wherever you want. I am not recommending that we do that for one site instead of all sites. My belief is that as soon as we move from the civic moxie level, if we did, for example, a traffic study at one site, you all are saying that you think you might have a preference for that site. If we don't do the same analysis for all the sites, then we have unequal information. We might know more about geotech on one site and more about traffic, but as we move away from planning and get into things that affect cost, that's where we need to look at all of those disciplines together through a committee of 7 process, through the building commission, and be coming to you faster and quicker as we get all of those bits of information, because they all affect each other, and there will need to be trade-offs that are made. So it's not an easy job. That's it.
So first of all, this is a tremendous amount of new information since the last meeting and right before the holidays, so thank you. Kara, I know it's not just you, there's a whole working group of staff. It just may be worth letting people know who all is part of the working group, because obviously you're doing a tremendous amount, and it's brand new to all of the school committee members. There's a lot of stuff here we haven't seen. Do you want to just, I think there were a number of people working on this.
Yeah, sure. So at a staff level, kind of random brainstormings where we could get everybody together in between the holidays included our director of parks, director of recreation, various building staff at different points, town council. Someone help me if I'm forgetting other departments, but those were Ben, the communications from schools, Mary Ellen Dunn. Robin Coyne has come to all of our staff meetings. Thank you, Robin. There's been many people in and out. And Joe Connolly, who has kept us moving forward by reminding us that he's done this before. Melissa Goff, who I have to go to every time I can't figure out how I'm going to pay for something. Ray Masak from building. Tony Quigley, who's, again, done this forever and ever, as well as our building commission members, getting thoughts and advice of practical process as we move forward.
So maybe, I'm not sure if I'm the only one a little bit confused about sort of what happens between now and just conceptually, forget about dates and everything, but just conceptually the different pieces that have to happen between, 8:30 tonight and once there's a site and a building committee, like we know how to do that, right? We've had Runkle building committees, Devotion building committees. We know how to do that. But if you can just sort of walk us through that middle period, because I think the role of the building commission, the role of the selectmen in terms of having to, and the role of, obviously town meeting has a role, advisory has a role. So you just talk us a little bit through that process of what has to happen.
Right. So in order to get, at this point, these things are kind of, the timelines kind of jump. But at this point, if we wanted to, the earliest we could possibly get a school built and online, ready to go is fall of 2021. In order to meet that deadline, the latest we need a single site to move forward with is October 1st, one site. Of this year.
16.
Yep. So in order to get there, there is nothing stopping from you all tonight saying, we're ready to move forward with a single site. I don't expect that to happen.
We're not ready to move forward with a single site.
But to be clear, when we moved forward with Devotion or others, there was many years of planning before starting the conceptual site, and we already own the property. So some of this is how much do you need, how much information do you need in order to get it down to a decision. What I want to tease out a little bit, though, is I can continue to meet with staff, we can continue to get public input, we can even try to do cartoons, but anything beyond civic moxie level study needs, I believe, from talking with other staff, needs to be a fuller, in-depth process through the building commission, and that kind of study cost about $100,000 to $150,000 per site. So it's big money.
So maybe you can take us, again, sorry if we're going a half a step back, but I think you guys have moved so far forward, so just trying to catch up. So the last time we talked in December, what we had talked about was if it's going to take a couple of years to construct something, and it's going to take a couple of years to do design schematics, so kind of a 4-year from the time that you actually say go. And if we were painting sort of May of 2016 as the time, which is a little bit about 18 months from now, the time when we would, sorry, 2017, the time when we would talk about a vote of town meeting, a vote from the public. So walk us from 2017, 18, or sorry, 17, 18 to 18, 19,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
help us
So-
out with that timing.
So between October 1st of this year and fall of 2021, I am not ready to tell you what that timeline looks like. The reason I can tell you those bounds at all is because of a lot of work done with school staff, building staff, Melissa, trying to piece it all together. So more to come.
More to come. Okay.
But we all feel comfortable pinning this beginning and end date. What the town meeting vote would be and when. It might even be, for example, more than one town meeting vote.
Right.
It might be a fall town meeting vote that authorizes through debt exclusion or miraculously through CIP significant, millions of dollars for that first phase of construction feasibility schematics, and then another following debt exclusion vote or other town meeting vote to pay for the balance and construction of a school. We could also do it, what we've been thinking about before is basically one town meeting vote. But I need to have time to give you that detail.
Okay. So do people want to go through different pieces of this, like site by site, or do people want to ask more questions about the process?
Is this the mic that works or doesn't work?
Well, it
Okay,
works now.
works. I think I have to hold it here. Okay. Well, I think that there are a couple of things that we should discuss in a preliminary way so that we can perhaps eliminate or include ideas that have been floating around. And Jocelyn Murphy, our town council, has prepared this memo, which you've said you're going to put up on the website. But as I understand it, there's been some chatter, I think, that opinions that Article 97 land. It's not so difficult to reverse that, and we could do it and put a school on it. And from what I understand from what Jocelyn is writing is that that's not accurate. That while the scheme legislatively looks kind of simple, it really isn't, because it requires 2/3 vote of both legislative branches at the state level, as well as here in Brookline Town Meeting, but that there's also a state policy. It's not part of the legislation, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, but it's part of a policy that we must have a land swap. So, so if we were to, for instance, try to, build on an Article 97 parcel, we would need to swap it in order to be eligible for future grants by the state. And that's a pretty big deal. So it seems to me that we can pretty much, if I read this correctly, pretty much say that we're not going to be able to go down the Article 97 route, and it's going to be so fraught with hurdles, in addition to all the reasons not to do it, which are to preserve it as parkland, etc. But just the other reasons are significant enough that we should not go down that road. That's one of the things that I read from this memo. The other, as far as Butterham Golf Course, which there's been a huge amount of email, and I apologize, my other school committee and Board of Selectmen members also must feel this way. We've gotten huge quantities of email, and it has been impossible to respond to each one. But it seems to me that the Butterham Meadows Golf Course apparently is comprised of several parcels, some of which were acquired by the town through either grants or by deed given to us for not for educational purposes but for recreational purposes. Is that correct?
Let me just jump in. I would have to read Jocelyn's memo exactly, but her punchline about the golf course site is that the golf course is protected under Article 97.
Right, but I had a conversation with her in which she also told me that it has some restrictions because the land was given to the town or deeded to the town for recreational use and not educational use. So there's an additional restriction there, and she felt that that would be, highly subject to litigation, and in her view, it seems that it's not worth the price of trying to go down that road. Not only because the double hurdle of Article 97 plus the other restrictions. So I think that's an important thing for us to know. And then she has some information here about Sewell and about Dane Park as well. I don't know as much about those, but apparently Sewell was acquired for recreational purposes. And while it's not Article 97, it is listed in the, this is the Baldwin School property, sorry. It may be used for educational purposes, but it is listed in the National and State Historic Properties registers, so that triggers historic impact review. But that seems to be more of a, less of a hurdle, if you will.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. But let me try to take a step back a little bit and say that, what would be required under Article 97 to put an educational use, in addition to what Nancy talked about, the policy also states that in addition to no net loss, I'm going to read the words exactly, that the community must first explore all other options and find that no feasible, substantially equivalent alternatives exist. So that's an alternatives analysis. That happens a lot, but I believe this policy is fairly clear of saying, have you looked at everything else first? That still doesn't mean that you can't make it happen. But the process is the process. The other piece I wanted to pull out from Jocelyn's memo is that depending on if it's under park control or park use specifically or not, we would need, before even going to town meeting and state legislature and everything else, we would need a unanimous vote from the Conservation Commission, and for any parkland also need a unanimous vote from the Parks and Recreation Commission. So when it comes to questions like the golf course or Lars Anderson, if you all are interested in looking at it further, we, staff, believe that it has to start in conjunction as a partner with the Parks and Rec Commission.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Helen?
I guess to sort of help us with this process, and it seems like a process of elimination, I'm trying to figure out which are deal breakers that we really, we're going to hit our heads against the wall and we'll all be dead before we'll have a space to build a school. To me it seems to make somewhat sense to try and go down the path of places that may be possible, as opposed to places that, to get a unanimous vote from and as much as I respect my colleagues on the Parks and Recs, I have a feeling they're not going to have a unanimous vote on giving up a park, which I understand. I wouldn't either if I were a commissioner, so I certainly understand that. So I guess I'd like to, and this may not be able to be done now, but for me, I think what would help me to sort of ferret through some of this is a little bit more of what do we have to take off the table here, and what can we still keep on the table, knowing it's going to be because none of these are easy. None of them are a slam dunk here, from what I can tell. So that's my suggestion.
Well, I'm going to move a bit in the other direction and think about what I have seen tonight that makes me think something might be possible. I was very intrigued with the Stop and Shop, the change in design for the Stop and Shop parcel. And that I am very concerned. I think I've gotten all of the emails about South Brookline, and I think South Brookline has a need for a new school. I think North Brookline has had the need for additional capacity for any number of years, and that continues to grow. Even in terms of 40B, we're still looking at a 40B coming on Marion Street. We're looking at a small 40B on Crown and Shield Road. We've just gotten the Dummer Street building opened, and I think this North Brookline growth is going to continue. So personally, for me, that would be the first school I would like to build. And note, I say the first school because I'm not sure one ninth, I think we may need a second ninth school. But the Stop and Shop property, given the way you have outlined the map here, seems to me to be something we could move on to get a more definitive idea of whether that plan would work. So that is a positive step that I would like us to see taken sooner rather than later.
I have a question about that Stop and Shop site, in terms of how realistic is it, and I think we need some more information. So we need to know, who owns it, and I understand Stop and Shop leases that property. How long is their lease? What kinds of steps do we have to go through to figure out whether or not it's going to be, it's nice for us to talk about it, but unless they are in some way agreement, to do a hostile eminent domain is very, very difficult. I'd prefer to do something that's friendly. So we need to know, is it going to be friendly, or, what are the parameters of that?
My question was, and I want to say first that I was much more intrigued by the Stop and Shop site with your version than I was by the earlier one, so that was positive. But on the Baldwin School property, my question was, I've seen at Boston College, for instance, where they've taken a historic building and kind of built over it, so it's some of the interior walls in the college building, which is pretty interesting, and you've kept, so it might be something that you could satisfy the historic commission by, somehow incorporating some of the old building into your new building. But is the area that you say is not Article 97, that's around the Baldwin School, large enough to have a larger school built on that site?
I don't know. I don't know is the quick answer. I don't remember the acreage of that subset of the parcel. It is the same or smaller than other sites that we've looked at. I feel comfortable saying that without looking at the exact acreage.
But you wouldn't need to incorporate play space because you would have the play space already.
Yeah, so with regards to that, I'm not sure. Remember the conversation we had in Cottage Farm, and we would need, again, to have Parks and Rec Commission on board with the idea of using a field exclusively for school use during school hours. We would just need to tease that out more. But to your point about the national, state and national...
Be shared.
Mm-hmm. And we've had that conversation with them about Cottage Farm, about Amory Playground. But your comment about the state and national register, my shortcut soundbite is, it seems counterintuitive, but a state or national register listing is actually much easier than a local historic district designation. So what would hook us into concern with a national or state register district is if we are accessing state funds, then the Mass Historic Commission has, and therefore the local body, has a much stronger voice of the outcome. But just practically speaking, kind of big picture, it is much more difficult to do anything you want in a local historic district.
more of a process question. So I'm just trying to understand this decision point that you're proposing for us about, whether or not to go to decide to proceed with the committee of 7 candidate on February 9th or not. And so given that you said that that process is usually about 4 months and we're hoping to make a decision, I think you said by October, what is the latest date you would recommend that we actually proceed with a committee of 7 for however many sites we decide to do that for?
I would need to get back to you, but I would say we only have probably a month or two to think about that. The good news is there has been some creative conversation about how if we started that committee of 7 process now-ish, sooner than later, in the next couple months, then we would not have to repeat that process, possibly. We would not have to repeat that process when we're ready to move into schematic design work. So it's possible that we could, I'm not sure of the right words, but extend the contract, move into a different phase of the contract, and get us through construction drawings. So we might save or recoup that time in the end. But as far as hiring someone to do the work, to get the information back to you, and for you guys to have time to think about it, to enable a decision in October, I'm not exactly sure, but my feeling is it's, we have 1 or 2 months to play to make that decision for it to be useful.
Just one quick comment to throw out to the committee is, I know it says select 1 or 2 finalist sites. It feels to me like a cost of $100,000 to $150,000 to do this study is such a small percentage of the overall cost of the project that I would want to do more than 1 site to make sure that we're actually making the right decision.
No, I want to echo that. That's exactly my thought. I think right now what we're dealing with is insufficient information, and we're talking about a study, say 2 or 3 of them, at an aggregate cost of maybe 1% of a total project. That's a fairly inexpensive option to be paying for.
So what I need to come back with you on, we need to have this conversation at a staff level between now and the next meeting that you guys meet. Right now, as of today, we have identified funding that would possibly get us through 1 or 2 sites before July. And then starting in July, whatever funding we use, clearly that's up to you all, but that then eats into the funding that we're trying to plan for the feasibility study for next year. So it certainly delays things, but also we would just need to, at a staff level, figure out the funding for however many sites you all want to do that deeper dive into.
It seems to me that, the level of information we have here, I don't think gives us enough information to get to that 2 sites. Yeah, I'm seeing a teasing towards 2 sites here. So I think we need to regroup with staff to kind of go through the pros and cons, identifying what additional information we need to get us to the point of being able to get to that, 1 or 2 or 3 sites. Because this level of information, I'm sitting here thinking, gosh, I don't have enough information to make a decision.
I need to respond to that. I think we definitely need to tease that out more. I just need to voice that we can continue to look at anything you all want as long as we stay at the Civic Moxie level studies. I don't predict, I'm not aware of anything we're going to find out at that level that's going to move a site way up or way down from what we don't know today.
So can I just remind people of again, I'm still a little bit stuck in where I thought we were in December, which is that over the course of February through August, we were going to do a due diligence phase. And if I remember that sheet correctly, I'm sure I'm looking at it on my tiny phone, it says due diligence on at least 2 sites to further explore feasibility and identify any deal breakers, legal issues, key environmental impacts, site and environment characteristics, concept plan, preliminary traffic impacts, etc., continued discussions about MSBA, continued updates, and then a decision in the fall where whoever we is, Selectmen, School Committee, anyone else, that we actually try to pick a final site, and that's when we start sort of schematic design. So are we still basically on that, or are we not? Because I think I'm getting a little confused because people we're kind of talking about different levels of sites. And it seems to me that if the basic idea is to due diligence on a couple of sites between February and August, that still sounds okay to me because we're not picking one, we're doing deeper due diligence on all those dimensions before we have to pick something. But I guess if we're talking about something else, then I need to be redirected again.
Yeah, so everything that you just said, all of those pieces talk to each other. So if we did just geotech, we're not going to know where to do soil borings unless we know where we think the building's going to be. Right. So that's why, so I think wording is very kind of slidey all over the place, and that's why I'm very careful about, I'm not clear myself, and I don't want to say what's going to happen between October 1st and fall 2021.
No, I'm sorry. I'm still at between February, which is like next month, and August, which is we were going to do due diligence on at least 2 sites to further explore feasibility and identify any deal breakers, legal issues, environmental impact, site concept plan, traffic.
Right. So
are we still doing that?
We can, but that process, I believe, would need to be through a committee of 7, through the building commission, because it would also include a deeper dive, and it would include architectural services for a public building.
So I guess then what we need to know is we're never going to have perfect information about 26 sites or 6. We'll probably never have it about 2. And so I guess my question is, what level of information do the people at this table need in order to pick 2 to do due diligence on? I think that's what we need, because I'm with Neil. I mean, we're not ready to pick a site tomorrow, but we need to be able to pick something to do that deep level of information on.
It's my feeling that the areas where you'll need help is where we don't have the staff level to do it. So we're talking about high-level engineering, subsurface exploration if necessary, siting, architectural, and site planning. I feel, the deal breakers, we're not going to hire anybody to tell us what the deal breakers are. I think that's a political decision. I think this group can decide in their own mind what are deal breakers politically or legally or what have you. I think it's the area, the technical areas that we really need some help in certain sites. We don't have enough money to do it for all the sites, I'll tell you that right now.
But that was never the plan. Dr. Jackson?
So, as I follow it the way you just said it, in terms of what you're asking us to do, not pick the site, but to pick 1 or 2 finalist sites to do the deeper dive with the building commission. It will cost us $100,000 to $150,000 per site to do that work. And as I understood it, if we got to 2, we have money identified to do 2, or to say, start working on 2, and maybe after July, if there were 2 more, because there'd be money available. Is that accurate?
There is always money available. The question is, at a staff level, what would schools need to think about giving up that they were planning on spending?
So I guess, at that level, I feel like the information you've provided here tonight actually is quite helpful in my mind to pick 2 sites, at least at a minimum, to do this committee of 7 piece of work on, because it is, as I understand it, the due diligence. Right. So I'm not feeling like there's anything else you can tell me at this moment that would help me know anything more than what we need to get with this building commission. So I guess that's where I am, as I understand it.
But, Susan?
Well, yeah, did Ben, do you want to? Maybe. All right.
Well, there's a thing, there's a disconnect for me. How can we do geotechnical work, for instance, on a property we don't own? I mean, it's a good point. Legally, I don't think we can do that.
You'd have to get permission of the property owner.
Uh-huh.
And I'm sure they would require certain things in order to grant that permission, so it's possible, but it's you're right, we don't have the control of that to do that.
Okay, so which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Do we need, it seems to me we need to try to negotiate, but we can't even, I feel like we're sort of in a catch-22 on some of these properties, not all, but on some of them.
Well, let me also add, I mean, this is the first time I heard some of the great findings that you've done in the last month, and for the first time. And I don't feel comfortable to basically jump to any conclusion or narrow it down to one or two. I need to think about it, process it, and, you know, maybe rank it in terms of what I'm hearing from the community as well as what I'm seeing. So I don't know if everybody feels the same way. In my mind, I think that requires us to, I don't know, meet again.
Right, and that's why there are no decisions at this meeting, and there are other ways to do this meeting which required a decision, and we chose not that path. So, no, I think that's exactly what Kara's suggesting.
I do think that, vis-a-vis, for instance, Alan's point is a good one, and that's why we need to know more about the feasibility of being able to acquire a site like the Stop and Shop site or the TJ Maxx site. Or the Pine Manor site, because unless we understand that that's somewhat of presents fewer hurdles than some of the others, and we could actually go down that road, it makes no sense to choose it and waste a lot of money on it, unless we have some optimism that it's going to work out in the long run.
So for the purposes of not continuing to go in circles, which is where I feel like we are, I like the idea of a rank ordering from all members of both boards. And maybe that's something we could do on our own before the next meeting and bring that to a subsequent meeting, so that at least we would be starting at a point where we have a series of rank orderings, and we'll see whether or not we are approaching the same page in terms of the next steps. Because otherwise, we're just each. I mean, I know where I am in my head, which is I go each site. I'm not even sure I have all of the sites. I was just writing them down, trying to figure out if I knew all of the sites that we were still thinking about. And to Nancy's point, there are questions about how likely is it that we could acquire it, and we've got some information from preliminary conversations. We are going to continue to go in those circles. So what I would propose is that we schedule a next meeting. I think it's ambitious, to say the least, to say that we could get these two groups together before February 9th, but what the heck, we can try.
We have a school committee meeting on the 4th.
That's
so
true.
9 of us will be in the room.
And that we do give ourselves some time to absorb. Kara, do we have a copy of this?
No, we don't.
You will tonight. And again, this is
right. No.
Including the memo came out half an hour ago.
Understood. Understood. So take it, absorb it, do our own rank orders, and bring that to the next meeting, so that that's where we start.
And also, and I think we need to do that in a structured way. That we're working from the same list, and one thing I'd like to identify is kind of the pros and cons of the different sites, which wasn't presented in kind of a structured way tonight.
Well, I think also we all add our own pros and cons
right.
to the different
The
sites.
ones that, yeah.
There are the structural constraints, there are the legal constraints, there's all of those things, and then there are there's what we've heard from public voice, what we have in our own heads in terms of preferences, what we all know from different backgrounds. Every time we talk, I'll give an example, every time we talk about the Baldwin site, I have talked about the Baldwin site in terms of schools use for so many years now in so many different venues with so much information that it is impossible for me to look at it and just think of it in this context, what we know now. And so, as I said, I think you're right, Neil. I think there are pros and cons that have been presented, but I think that there's a lot of other things that we're all going to add to that as we consider them.
Right. So maybe a summary sheet would be helpful before the next, or sort of in short order to be able to do that. So at least we're all looking, because there are a number of criteria that are laid out in the Civic Moxie report that this is basically tracking against, and so maybe just one place that summarizes all of those would be helpful.
Yep.
Okay. Any other things to surface at this point? I mean, we have a meeting on February 4th. I don't know if the selectmen are available. We have other.
I actually am out of town on the 4th. Sorry.
All right. Well, maybe Robin or Patty can send around and doodle. I can find a date.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much, Kara. All right, we will take a 5-minute break. The school committee needs to keep going, so if you are staying, you're welcome to stay. We have a full agenda. We'll be here for a while, and if you're not, that's fine, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
want me to wait for another second? till
No, I
people
think you should
clear
start
out?
going. No, I think you should start because the cameras.
Can you guys hear me on the other end?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. So it's my pleasure to bring to you guys recommendations from the Curriculum Subcommittee on high school, 4 high school courses planned for next year. And what I'm going to do is not do them in the order that you have them there, a little bit different, but they're all there. So I would start with, and I think we need to vote each one individually, or you want to vote them all together? We can do them all together. Okay. So let me just go through them very quickly, and you can ask questions after each one. We had wonderful participation from the staff who came in and talked to us about these classes. Beginning with the phys ed class, net games, rackets, and paddles. This is, as many of you may or may not know, all students are required to take a semester of physical education throughout their high school career. That's a state regulation. Unless, and in our case, if they're participating in a sport, this allows them to contract out from this requirement.
Yes, our student representative pointed out a loophole in that rule earlier tonight.
Yeah, well, I did. Well, that's our.
If they're participating in sports that are not BHS sports, but are anyway. Never mind.
Okay. That being said,
your point still stands.
Yeah. This addition to the courses is what is considered a lifetime sport. That's one that you can do at any age. And the high school is the physical education department is very excited about offering this. It includes instruction in badminton, tennis, table tennis, and pickleball. Yes, Ms. Jackson. You want to know what pickleball is?
No, actually I don't. I saw it and decided I didn't want to know. No, we had a presentation earlier in the year from, I believe, the athletic director who was talking about the offering of winter sports, and squash was one of them. And so I am curious why this course...
That's different.
No, I understand.
This is a course, and he was talking about a club.
Right. And so I guess my curiosity
Yeah.
is just if we're going to... Why not squash? Why pickleball? Like, it just seems to me like if we're doing something and we've got a relationship, for example, with Windsor, and we're using that for club, why wouldn't we also incorporate that into this as another opportunity for students to learn that sport? It's just a question. Because it's also a racket sport, so I'm just trying to...
I think, so it could be, a student could contract out to that club and could take that instead of taking this, if that's what you're asking.
I mean, why doesn't net games, rackets, and paddles include squash? If we're
Because
purchasing
we
all the
don't have a
equipment,
squash court.
but we use squash courts for club, and we're purchasing equipment. So it's more just like, why not use what we have? It's not a big deal. I love the idea of racket and paddles. It's
We're
just
using the 4 courts or 6 courts
upstairs
that are
in the gym.
there.
Yeah.
This is what they brought forward. It's an interesting question, but I don't, from my understanding, because I did actually ask about squash, and my understanding was that we don't have the facility for a squash. It's different, the squash court. And so, in our renovation of the high school, we should definitely consider it. Yes, Ms. Stram.
So before we get into the details on this, and forgive me if no one else on the committee would find this helpful because you already know the answer to this question, but I feel like it would just be helpful for me to know what is the process by which we get new courses and like
I think that's a great
the
question.
thinking behind it. I
Sure.
think that would be just helpful context in understanding all of this.
And Ms. Fisher-Mueller will help me with this, but I can sort of start. It starts with the department. They come to the, well, you go ahead, to the High School Standards Committee, and then? Wait a minute, you actually need a, yeah, but the people at home can't.
The Academic Standards Committee at the high school is made up of all the department heads, and within a single department, the teacher or the department chair brings a new course proposal to the Academic Standards Committee, and they listen to a presentation of it, and then ask some questions, deliberate, give the headmaster their opinion on that course moving forward, and then she makes that decision to bring it to the curriculum subcommittee that then discusses it with the department head there answering questions, and the curriculum subcommittee then decides to approve it and bring it to you.
And so part of that approval process on our part, and here, has to do with the fiscal part of it. Can we afford it? You know, is it a course that, you know, there'll be kids that'll sign up for it, and, you know, how do we make sure that, A, it fits in with our priorities, and B, it fits in with in our strategic plan, and B, it fits in with what we can afford. So those are the parameters of what we look at, along with, you know, just listening and giving comments.
So alongside that, do we look at sort of the full set of courses and say, which courses are maybe under enrolled?
So that happens at the high school level, where they do that all the time and don't run courses if they're under enrolled.
We set policy on that, Beth,
Yeah.
in terms of how many students are needed in order to run a course. And additions of courses are typically paired with the courses that will be, or at least the number of courses that might be eliminated as a result. Sometimes we don't need to, if you're simply expanding to meet growing whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
but
as
in
we have
any event, so there is the, for us, it's always been, as Mr. Lepsky was saying, the trade-off in terms of what it'll cost us to run that extra course. We don't typically question the educators' decisions that the course itself is desirable and has a student population that wants to take it. We sometimes raise the question, but we don't fundamentally question that decision.
And if you ever get a chance, the high school catalog is online. I know it's sort of overwhelming, but there are a lot of offerings, and there are some that do come off or are offered and aren't signed up for, and may stick around for another year or two. Later on, I'll talk about one of those. So that's, any other questions about the physical education course? Okay, the next one is an English course, which is called Issues in Contemporary Literature. It's a senior year, year-long elective. This course uses contemporary literature to explore the wonder, challenges, and controversies of our time. I'm quoting what they said in the explanation here. There are a number of thought-provoking books which are included in this course. It is a non-leveled course, meaning that anybody can sign up for it. And there was some discussion actually around the table as to the accessibility of the novels to all students. And Ms. Birchenall, the head of the English department, assured us that there would be some sort of accommodations or ways to help those students who might find these novels challenging. The other thing that she mentioned in terms of what courses might go away, she said that they were not going to be offering European literature this year because of the under-enrollment of it last year. And because we have both British literature and European literature, they've decided to just go with British literature, though they may include some European literature because Britain and Europe are on the same continent. But anyway, so that was, you like that, huh? Thank you. Well, they're part of the European Union. I know. Okay, anyway.
Being the lateness of the hour.
Yes. But that wasn't the point. The point was that this course would be something that kids would be very interested in taking. And are there any questions about it? Yes.
So, sounds like a great course. As somebody who has taken classes like this in the past and are based on our earlier conversation about professional development in the fall related to issues of equity and our concerns about teaching diverse populations, my one thought is it might be helpful to consider requiring teachers who teach this course to actually get some training on how to have difficult conversations about some of the topics they're talking about, because these are complex, provocative conversations with youth that are, you know,
And,
gonna
and
wanna
these
get
books
engaged.
are
I've read a
very
few.
challenging. I have too.
So I'm just suggesting that these teachers may need some additional support, whether, you know, maybe that can come from their peers inside. I'm not suggesting we have to pay for additional, but it's just something to build in maybe to preparation for having this course available.
As well, we have guidelines for teachers to follow, or, you know, they haven't actually been officially published, but for guidelines for discussions on literature around difficult issues of race. I'd love to share those with the...
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes?
The other question I had is, it's sort of a perennial question for me about how we approach the teaching of English at the high school, because I have heard over the years, almost every year, I hear about the difference between the way English is taught in school within a school and the way it is taught to the regular BHS population. With the consensus, at least popular consensus, being that the school within a school has a distinct advantage in terms of its pedagogical style in English over the way we teach in the general population. So my question for this course, which I agree sounds wonderful, is the pedagogical style going to be also trying out some new things and maybe patterning itself more on the SWS approach?
I'm happy to say that this course is part of the evolution of the two excuse me, sophomore courses that were started a couple years ago, those heterogeneous classes. And in order to teach a heterogeneous class well, the most common pedagogy in our English classes must shift, and it would be more similar than to school within a school. And I'm very happy to say that the English department is questioning hard and looking carefully at what those best practices are.
I'm very pleased to hear
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions on the English course? Moving on. We have two social studies courses, and both of them very exciting courses. These courses, when we were talking before about monetary issues, both of these courses are being requested as co-taught courses with two teachers in each class for up to 24 kids. Right now, they are attempting to get 21st Century Fund funds for this. That's been what we've done in the past when there are new courses, new ideas. The seed money has come from the 21st Century Fund. It's allowed to have two. That way, it has been easier to have two teachers assigned to a course, and our ratios are much smaller. So it's sort of up to us here if we want to make these two courses, and I might decide to do these two separately, as dependent upon funding from the 21st Century Fund or not. I mean, that would be a big question. In the past, we've sort of waited for them to, and we could still do that, wait for them to determine it, and then, decide afterwards whether or not.
Are you talking about the
The
film is
two-
history and history is film?
Correct.
Versus, what's the second one?
The racial awareness seminar.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I guess, did you get that one too? Yeah, okay. So let me talk about both of them because they're both very exciting courses. The first one is the racial awareness seminar, which will meet 2 times a week for the full year. And I'm hoping I'm doing justice to this. This course explores the complexities of race within our nation, local, and high school communities. It will allow students to reflect on and speak effectively about their own identities and others. It's a course for sophomores, and the reason that it's a course for sophomores is that they would like these kids to sort of be mentors or peer leaders in the high school in terms of having difficult conversations, and having had them themselves, they can then help other kids with that idea. In order to get into the course, and the reason to have sophomores is that they would be there for 2 more years. And I asked about how that would fit in with the schedule, because it's a little complicated to have to, but they said it would be the opposite side of X Block and a gym course, and that there would be a way of being able to do this. So that's a little bit beyond my pay grade in terms of whether that, what that means, but they seem to feel it could work. The two teachers teaching it would be Malcolm Cawthorn and Kate Leslie, thank you. Malcolm is an African-American teacher and teaches social studies, and Kate is a Caucasian teacher who teaches social studies. Okay. And both have been involved with the race reels and other racial awareness type activities within the high school. So are there any questions about that? Yes, Lisa.
So I appreciate the explanation. It's helpful. I'm curious if they shared with you how one gets selected, since it's an application, and whether they are actually identifying goals for how to balance the class.
Yes, I think they are. And I think that's one of the reasons for the application process, to attempt to balance the class in many ways.
Okay, well, so I wouldn't be comfortable.
But I think there'll be 2 sections, is what they were saying too, is what I understood. So there would be like 48 kids involved.
So I'll just state my concern. I'm not sure I have a solution for the concern. I'm concerned about 2 things. One, I'm concerned about students being recruited to be ambassadors for the rest of the school. That is, should not.
That was my words, not theirs. Okay?
So
I think they hoped it would be an outcome. I
They
don't.
might do that.
That
Okay.
they might do that.
Fair
That's not.
That's not part of what they're seeking.
No. That was totally my.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate that. And then I guess the second thing I am concerned about is that the same students who always talk about race end up in this class. And so
That we did talk about.
I would want that actually somehow articulated in a way that said, for example, the class has to be 50% students of color, 50%, whatever they think it should be, or however they're thinking about doing that. I would want some assurances that that would actually happen, because the second we get a class of all students of color, this doesn't work for me.
Oh yeah, no,
all white students.
No.
Both are possible.
Either way.
Both
yeah.
are possible, because the people who are the conversations about race are often done by folks who deal with race, or the white students who are wanting to try. And I just would want the teachers to be really thoughtful about how they do that and how they manage that, so the class, particularly if they're going to have 2 sections as well, I would love to either hear more about that or understand that a little better. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any more information about that? Right. And I think that's how they hope to control for that. But I don't know.
I guess I need to understand what they're trying to control for and how they think the application is going to do that. So I think I need more information.
And they didn't include the application. So. Well, wait. Why don't we let? Yes.
If I'm understanding you correctly, Dr. Jackson, it's my understanding that the idea of the application is to bring some balance to affinity groups, if you will, so that there can be, conversations across race.
So, where am I going with this question? I am sensitive to the fact that a lot of our students of color are encouraged to participate in some special programs, African American scholars especially, and some others that, and they are also, particularly African American and Latino scholars are, along with, frankly, the students of color in Steps to Success, are under a lot of pressure to take courses that will advance their college careers, that will look good on their transcript and things like that. And there are a lot of extra things that they are also doing as part of all of those activities and some of the courses that they do. And I worry that this class does not count towards either social studies or the BHS elective requirement. And we're asking rising sophomores who are just beginning to understand how to judge all of those things. I mean, I think this puts a lot of pressure on students. It'll put a lot of pressure on their guidance counselors to talk to them about how they make the decision about whether or not to take a course like this. And I'm wondering why a course like this would not fulfill any of the requirements, but we would ask sophomores who are beginning to get all of the pressure about college and transcripts to make the decision about taking it. I'm sorry I'm not being completely
No,
coherent
that
in
makes
there,
sense. It does
but
make
that's,
sense. It counts towards the graduation requirement of 22 credits, but it doesn't fulfill any one of your requirements. So you have to have more than 22
right.
then.
And there are a lot of kids who are going to look at this course and think, well, where does this fit relative to all of the other things
It's
being
being
told I should be
proposed.
doing, right? I think by the time the kids get to senior year and they've got lots of electives and they suddenly have a schedule that they're actually better attuned to how to make those decisions about where to take an elective and how to measure it. I just really worry that that's a lot to expect, particularly of some of our, particularly of freshmen, rising freshmen, to make that decision and to figure out how they're going to do a schedule that works for them.
But our staff wasn't worried about that, so I'm curious what your thought is.
Either I don't understand your question or I don't see it as a problem.
I think what she's trying to say is you have to fill a certain amount of requirements in all different all different areas. And if this isn't, why doesn't this fulfill a requirement or part of a requirement? It wouldn't be a full because it's a half. It would be a half credit. But it's two times a week. It's only 2 times a week. So it's like it's a half credit. It would be a half credit for whatever.
Mr. Glover.
I wonder if it would be helpful to know if there are other courses like this, other seminars that function in this way, where
The
there's 2
social
credits.
justice.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly.
No, they're full.
But it's
Of course. One of the things I did ask is why not just do it in a half year and do it, like a half credit, half year, and I think their purpose was to really have the time throughout the year for these kids to get to know each other and feel comfortable with each other and be able to talk to one another. So I think that was the year.
The depth of conversation, 4 days, if you will, versus the 2 days in the week, giving students the opportunity
That's
to
right.
be away from that conversation for a day and then come back and revisit that.
No, I mean, I think it's well designed from that perspective. I just think it's a difficult. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. These are hard decisions for students to make about where they're going to spend their time, and sophomore year is when they get told that all of their decisions really, really start to count, and I'm just concerned about it.
What doesn't
it
make
looks
sense
like
is
it's both a lot. It's not a lot of time. It's twice a week, but it's a lot of energy that for a full year to do this, and is particularly this particular. As I said, I think it's well designed.
Right. So we got it. So here's the question. So
Jennifer's
do you,
still looking confused.
Yeah. No. Do you feel like?
I think I disagree with
yeah,
you.
I think that nobody yesterday. I didn't hear anybody raise this as a concern. I think I got the impression that the faculty thought it would be, I don't know, oversubscribed, but very popular and something that people wanted to engage in. So
why not make it a credit? So one of the things, and this is
well, it says credit to be determined. So
I guess my proposal would be is that if pedagogically and curriculum-wise and academically, and I wouldn't call it a seminar, why don't we give it a credit, and why isn't it integrated into the requirements for graduation? We consistently in this district do add-on programs that, for which there is no credit, for which, some students get, so our approach to this has not been to integrate. And this feels like if we don't get it, and I get that it's TBD, so I would sort of encourage us to think about how to actually make it a credit course and integrate it into our curriculum so that it is both rigorous, and we feel really good about the academic rigor along with the content, because otherwise it feels tokenistic, to be quite candid, because I think this is how we try to sort of do the dance as opposed to putting it in and really owning it and standing behind it as with the value we think it actually adds.
The one
I
thing
appreciate your honesty, if I may just follow up here. So this is actually an independent study right now, and I believe it's 22 students are taking it at 7:30 in the morning as an independent study. And conversations with the teachers and their feedback from kids, while I understand your word of the use of the word tokenism, I don't think any student there would see it as such at all.
No, they wouldn't, but the colleges will. And the places
Oh, the colleges will.
And their transcripts will generate that. And it will be
Okay, so,
perceived that our district treats it that way. Not so, I don't think, I'm sure the kids love it, actually. And I think they
Probably appreciate having that, so I'm not suggesting that they feel like it's that.
saying colleges might feel
I'm
that
trying
way.
to sort of make the case that systemically, when we don't integrate things into our curriculum, so do they get credit for the independent
Yeah.
study?
Yes.
They do.
Currently. Okay, well, so there's just
So
a
I
case to be
think-
made
Well, I
to
don't know
maybe
how
just
many, but-
continue that.
So the point of integration, if I can even step you back here, and I apologize, this wasn't part of the introduction this evening, but it was in the morning, and that is the skills that students gain through this course are skills that we want all our students to graduate from Brookline High with. These are truly 21st century skills. And ideally, what students are learning in this course, they would be learning through their experience at Brookline High School in all of their courses. That's what we would hope, even in terms of our incoming freshmen through their pre-K to 8 experience. In the absence of having that degree of integration, all right, what the teachers are recommending now is this course. And what the conversation in Academic Standards Committee included was how, in fact, can this not be a standalone course, but can these skills that we are actually teaching, this content we are engaging students in, be integrated into the general curriculum across the disciplines? And I don't know if that's the kind of integration that you were speaking of, Dr. Jackson.
So I just want to echo what Dr. Jackson said, and I would strongly encourage the high school to offer it as an elective, and let it count towards the elective requirement, because that is in fact what they're doing. They're electing to spend some of their credit hours taking this course, and if it is rigorous and it's graded and it'll be on their transcripts, then it should count towards either. I mean, I understand why social studies doesn't want to own it, because it's not necessarily squarely in social studies, but I don't understand why it wouldn't count as an elective credit.
So I think I'm hearing your questions as actually strong support for this course.
With credit.
With credit?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. And the other credit piece was in terms of what does that look like for a teacher's FTE?
Right. I mean, that's the kind of conversation, so if that's exactly right, like,
That when you make choices to add classes, you take into account all those things, right? That's all and we do that in the context of trying to make sure that all the supports are in place, all the rigor is there, all the added value can actually happen. And if we don't give it credit, it does not carry the same weight. And the minute there's a reason to let it go, it'll be let go. And the minute that it gets too hard to, so it doesn't become part of something we sort of carry forward like a course that has credit and all of this sort of validity that goes around what it means to that. So I think, yes, we would have to explore the cost and the credit. So I would strongly urge us to do that.
So if I might.
Full credit, then. I mean, it's
Well,
going to have
however
credit.
It would
It's
be a
question
half,
of half credit, full credit. It's going to have credit.
it doesn't say.
Well,
It's
because
credit
they're
towards
they're
graduation, not credit, not, if I understood this correctly, and maybe I don't, the graduation requirement is 22 credits. If I take this class, I have to take 22 credits plus a half a credit, or no? So how does it work?
No,
it's one of the 22. It can
the
be
issue,
part of
the
that
issue
22.
that is that it doesn't count towards
Either
either
of these.
either of
You have to-
those,
you still have to
which
take another
means
elective.
you have to take
That-
another elective. So,
Right.
So
so
it's-
my-
she's right, though.
the point that I
right,
started with
Lisa.
was that when making choices between what course to take, I agree that this course is great, that a lot of students are going to want to take it, but when they are being asked to choose between this and something else that will count towards an elective credit or social studies credit, that it's going to be much harder for them to choose this. And so for both the reasons that Dr. Jackson articulated in terms of how it will be perceived from other institutions, but also in terms of the paradox that we put our students into in choosing whether or not to do this, that it only makes sense to give them credit, at least for an elective, so that they aren't put into that situation.
So you can, in meeting all the graduation requirements in terms of electives and, math and science and so on, all those collectively do not equal 22. So there are courses and credits that you take outside of that gets you to the 22. There are some number.
Oh, that's
I
helpful.
understand your point, though. I do. I understand your point.
So is this something you want to take back to the headmaster and have a discussion about, or do we need, I mean, I think.
We can approve the course, but I
Right.
just think that that's not without knowing the course.
Can I ask I mean, so if I understood what you're saying, there are lots of courses that students take that don't fulfill a specific requirement, but that count towards graduation, and this would be another one of those.
Yes, and I don't know, when you say a lot, I'm not sure what that number is.
I don't know either, but you said if you take all of your requirements, it doesn't equal 22. There's some, I don't know how much space there is left in terms
Yeah,
of
I
number of
couldn't tell you
credits
right
per student, but so every student is already taking courses that count for credit, but don't fulfill one of those requirements, and this would just be one of those options amongst all the others. To that degree, I'm okay with it. I guess I don't have the same problems that Dr. Jackson has.
I think the thing that I would just need to, and I apologize for not being in the curriculum subcommittee where I could have asked this then, but I guess I need a couple of pieces of information. One of them is to understand what those other courses look like that we're talking about that sit in this category of other courses you take that don't qualify. Because what concerns me most is that if we want to take this work seriously, we need to figure out ways to make it as systemic and integrated as possible. And so that's part of the assurance that I'm looking for, and maybe it's there. And so I'm not suggesting it's not. I just don't have the information in front of me. I do think that the other, and I would like to know why it could not or would not fulfill social studies or the BHS elective requirement. So I need to understand why they won't take that. What's the justification for not fulfilling those? Because, and maybe there's a policy across all classes that suggested it wouldn't fit that in terms of how you get that requirement. And then the third thing I need from the faculty, quite frankly, is some sort of understanding and explanation about how they're not going to, and this is going to sound really crass, but how they're not going to mess this up. Because the things that I was talking about up front have more to do with what happens when you go down this path to have these difficult conversations and understanding how they're thinking about class composition, how they're thinking about their own ability to facilitate, about any additional resources they're going to need to deal with what comes out of this, and you never know what comes out of this. And so I just need some reassurance that is has been really thoughtfully considered, and that the application, worst case scenario that I'm worried about, there's an application process, students get selected, and we have students walking around going, I didn't get picked because I'm black, I didn't get picked because I'm white. That class, so those kinds of things happen when it's not in explicitly and intentionally explained, and where decisions are being made in ways that students don't understand that may make perfect sense, but generate vacuums and people fill them. And so I just want us to be really thoughtful about doing it really well, because I think it's awesome. and I want us to work hard to make sure it's successful.
One quick comment, if I may, back to the idea of how important it is and giving it value and credit and all. You actually have the power to give it the greatest value, which is have it be a graduation requirement.
So one thing that I was also hearing yesterday as part of the conversation is not wanting to overburden this sort of fledgling thing with too much. So I was even asking, well, isn't this something that we should be doing in advisory? Like, shouldn't you be doing this for all kids across all, isn't that part of what, and I kind of got the impression, well, yes, maybe there's a lot going on in advisory, maybe eventually.
We have the whole Oveus curriculum
Right.
embedded in it.
Right. And so I guess I'm also conscious that if you want, at the extreme, you could make it a graduation requirement. You could say your grade really, really matters. And then you incentivize other kinds of behaviors, other kinds of conversations. People feel less free to make mistakes and say the wrong thing because there's so high stakes, right? So I can't believe I'm making this argument. But anyway, I really, no, really, I think you could, people are so afraid to I said that, so now I'm a racist and now I don't get to graduate. So I just want to make sure that, I guess I trust people like Malcolm to sort of think through this. And so I'm very keen to hear what his thoughts are on why it is or isn't designed the way it is, or what the application looks like and why, and how to make it a space that we want it to be. I think we all want it to be, while giving it the seriousness and the rigor that we also want. So I'm sorry you guys weren't here yesterday, but just process-wise, what is...
Well, that's what I'm just trying to think, if we should hold it and maybe ask Malcolm to come and talk to these.
Maybe come to the next curriculum subcommittee meeting.
That would be fine. But the only question was, so the high school catalog is being put out.
Yeah.
And so, I wouldn't want to put out if kids weren't going to be able to take it. And it's also somewhat dependent, I think, unless we decide otherwise, on 21st Century Fund funding, because there are 2 teachers for 24 kids.
So I will say, I think, first, I'm comfortable with whatever the school committee decides. I'm apparently the most vocal on it. So if others are comfortable to move it forward,
no, I think because people aren't saying things doesn't mean that they're not supporting what you're saying.
But I'm also trying to give permission for people not to have to say something and want to move it forward. So that's what I'm trying to say. I do think it's disappointing that the curriculum meeting was this week, and this is going to the catalog now. That seems
this has happened now.
A little
ask
tight
Dr. Jackson
for any
the question this way.
Yeah.
Which one would you have more regret? If this didn't make it into the curriculum, the new syllabus, or electives, or
course catalog,
whatever, or this goes in, and you'll be, you're regretting that this thing went in without kind of your ability to really kind of have those questions answered. Which one would you regret more?
Let me put it. Would you like to answer?
Well, no, I don't want to answer. I guess I'll let. No, go ahead, please. You can answer.
I'm not sure I can answer it on regret. I know that I would regret if I felt like we didn't make a really thoughtful, well-informed decision. And I don't think right now I have enough information to do that. So if I made a decision to move forward at this point, I might regret not doing so with enough information. I think that might be the fair answer, because I don't think I have enough information to do that.
Mr. Glover.
So we're currently offering this or something similar as an independent study. I hear your concerns, and I think they should be addressed within the next year as we sort of look about this.
Or sooner. They may be able to be addressed right away.
But I do sort of feel like it would. I'm inclined to move it forward for the sake of having it offered to students next year, and we certainly have every opportunity to answer the questions in the coming weeks that we've had in this discussion, as well as to evaluate it over the course of an entire school year, and think about how we want to address it in subsequent years.
Can you tell us a little bit about the timing? When does this? So I know they're in the process now, but And what's the 21st Century Fund timing, even roughly?
It's even later.
Yes, yes. So that's not, the 21st Century Fund element of this isn't of concern in terms of the timing. What I do know is that inasmuch as I offered for this to come back to Curriculum Subcommittee next month, I am remembering that around one of the other courses, a conversation with Mr. Mason, assistant headmaster, and I said, well, what about next month? And he said, that's going to be too late. So
We do have a school committee meeting on the 4th, which is 2 weeks from tonight. So I'm just wondering if some of these information
we could get you answers in 2
could
weeks.
get gathered and we can put it back on the docket. I'm just
Yes.
like, I guess.
Well, but I just don't want the course catalog to come out.
I
and-
wonder.
Like, are we that
I
close? That's what I'm
wonder-
asking. Like, are we that close to the deadline?
Yeah,
that
so
we're-
so
I
I
think
wonder.
it's soon.
I do think that there are high school folks that could answer your questions in greater depth than I've been able to tonight. Some of these questions were raised with the Academic Standards Committee. I'm wondering if you would be comfortable approving it pending, sufficient to response to those points, the criteria for application, the determination of credit, and around the department that it would fall in. I also think that the high school feels very, very strongly about this, and I find your questions to be, very good questions actually in support of this. And if I were to go back to the high school and say, here are the elements that the school committee needs you to take care of in order to approve, again, I see it as support, and they would move on those things.
What other classes have an application requirement? Or is that a normal practice?
Social
are
justice.
some, yes, there are
Social
some that
justice.
do.
Most of the ones that started at the 21st Century Fund have had that.
Do have
And what's interesting about, this idea of, quote, application process, it's really to get students to state their intentions. And it's, I'm not aware of large numbers or problems of students necessarily being turned away. I don't know that application process is really what culls students out.
So I think the most important thing for me, and I might be able to get comfortable with, is a pending determination of credit and department and, relevance to graduation requirement. That piece for me is probably the top of the list. I can talk to the teachers about all the other stuff, and I'm sure they will tell me all the great things they're planning to do. I think if I had to pick something that most concerns me, sort of that I think at this level is really important, is this is the credit issue, and really making sure that our efforts in this way are as integrated as possible and are given the validity the credits give it. So I think that would be if I had to pick something I'm most concerned about at this stage, it'd be that.
Okay, are there any other questions, Beth? You look like you're about to ask something. No, okay. So let's go to the last one, and then I think what I'm going to do is ask us to vote on the 3 and then on the 1 course, so that everybody can feel comfortable with what they're voting. Last one is Film is History and History is Film. This is a course that was proposed to the 21st Century Fund when I was on the program committee. It's come back. It's also a co-taught course with a social studies teacher and a film teacher, I'm pretty sure. Somebody who knows how to make videos and documentaries. It examines how history is documented in written form and also disseminated in documentary film. It's a course for seniors and will culminate in a senior film that incorporates research, technology, personal investigation, and action. I'm trying to think if there's anything else on the syllabus that, yes. No, it's an interdisciplinary course because it's being taught obviously by 2 different departments together. Including, the visual arts and social studies. Are there any questions about this one?
Does this one also need a
extra funding because
It's 2 teachers for, actually, I think they can only have 20 kids in there because of the amount of space in the lab upstairs. I think they were going to try and run 2 sections of it, but it's in the not BAT anymore, it's BIG. Sorry, BIG.
So can I just ask a question about the 21st Century Fund? So
Yes.
typically a 21st Century Fund proposal comes to us separately, and we accept grant funds from them as part
Yes,
of our
we will accept the grant funds. I think what yeah.
What we do when we look at 21st Century Fund programs is ask whether or not we could afford to continue them after the 21st Century funding no longer exists. And I hear you saying we can't afford to do these the way they're designed without 21st Century Fund financing.
That's my opinion. We as a committee can determine that these courses are important and we need to fund them.
Well, but I thought that there was a conversation about over the course of this, figuring out if you could do it in a way without co-teaching.
Exactly. So by
that was
them
part of the
being able to,
conversation.
well, obviously, that's why we would like their funding.
So we have built in the request to make it more financially sustainable into.
Okay, so
But
from my
that's a
perspective- from my
given for
perspective,
every.
It's not a request, it's a requirement that for anything that is started in this way that requires extra funding from a grant to make it feasible, one of the goals that would mark this course as successful is that it could be continued with a single teacher as opposed to double teaching. So I just want to I want that statement to be very clear. Again, I think it's a terrific course. Looks great. I'm sure lots of people will want to take it. But I think we have to be very, very clear about what we're saying when we approve these.
And I think that has been made very clear, at least when I was on the program committee. Every time a course like this would come up, I said, we have to figure out how this is going to be run with one.
And we said it yesterday, too.
And we said it yesterday, and Hal was, he said, we have talked about that, so they know it. The high school administration are fully aware that this, it's an issue. Yes.
Just to circle back to that point, we may need to revisit that conversation if we decide to move forward on this racial awareness class, because my guess is the reason there's a black teacher and a white teacher is because there will always need to be more than one teacher to teach this subject.
We talked about this.
So I guess my question is, are they equally set to that bar, or is that part of that, in which case we're not actually saying it's contingent in a different way?
Go ahead.
We talked about the number of students in terms of what would that ratio be, 2 teachers to whatever students who would get the, whether it's 120, 112. That's not quite my question.
No, the issue of having the 2 teachers, because you need to have that diversity in the
But having
teaching.
it across 2 blocks, so that essentially you're doing 2 to 20 or 2 to 30 if they do it across 2 blocks, so that you get the ratio up so that you can actually have 2 teachers at a time.
Right, you have more kids in the class, period.
I understand. I'm actually just speaking to the 21st Century Fund thing that was just said. And are we also trying to say to this class, you need to get to a single teacher-taught course? Because it seems to me that part of the design of this is that, in fact, you don't have a single teacher-led course.
I think the issue is more the ratio of students to teacher than whether you have 2 teachers in the classroom.
That's my point.
That's what
And that's exactly what we asked them to please look at. That how would it, just to exactly your point, Lisa, which is how does that affect the pedagogical experience of the students and what the teachers need to be able to do in terms of pairing, and how can you get creative about ratios so that the finances work out. That's exactly, you're right on. You're right on. Just one other idea on sort of where we are. I mean, I feel very strongly that we don't just move things forward when people are uncomfortable. I mean, not within reason. But we do have also a finance committee meeting next Thursday, and since almost everybody usually comes to finance, we could also sort of add this on. And if really they are that tight, I mean, I'm really hoping that they're not so close to the wire on hitting publish, that we can maybe get some of these answers and tack it on to next Thursday's conversation when we'll all be here anyway. I mean, I'll be in London, but y'all will be here.
Are you saying that it wouldn't be approval pending? It would be.
Well, I'm just asking if I'm throwing it out as an option that you know, people could if that Thursday morning, you won't be here anyway. All right, well, then never mind.
So then maybe let's,
All right, never mind.
I have a question.
yes.
Or I have a comment, actually. It's not a question. I understand why you're asking this question about does this requirement apply to this course? And it strikes me that this is a course we need to have in our catalog, something like this. If it turns out that we need 2 teachers to teach the course, I, for one, would be willing to pay that money to have 2 teachers. It's different from the Film as History. The Film as History is a wonderful course, but it isn't a course that really is going to change students' opinions about how they think about themselves, how they think about other people, their ability to deal with the world as it is today. This is. So if it takes 2 teachers, it takes 2 teachers.
Thank you for making my point, Barbara.
So should we move the 3 and then move the 4th pending approval? Does that
All right.
sound
I would like to do it that way.
okay to people?
That's okay. So we'll take the first 3 courses, or the first 2 and the last course that I presented here, the phys ed, the English, and the Film as History. I'll make the motion that we accept them, and the Film as History pending support from the 21st Century Fund. We can always revisit it at the end if we determine for some reason we want to have it, you know, and when we find out if they don't fund it. But I think it's a good idea to just put that in as a placeholder. All in favor? Unanimous. Great. And now the second course, racial awareness. I'll make the motion that we accept the course pending the course be funded by the 21st Century Fund, receive credit as an elective, because it is an elective, and that's it.
Right?
I'd like to make an amendment.
That I think we can do separately. I'm not sure that's, well, maybe it is within our purview. but
Helen,
yes.
I'd like to just bring this up. If the 21st Century Fund doesn't fund this, are we going to say no to it?
I think then we determine it. I think we can do that after the, no?
I don't
I
know.
mean, we can vote that now,
I would
if
just
people feel
vote it,
comfortable.
And if they say if they fund it, they fund it. If they don't, it's still a course we need to have.
Dr. Fisher-Mueller and then Mr. Glover.
I just want to clarify one element of the pending vote. When you say credit as an elective, I heard some discussion about your comments, Mr. Glover, in terms of clarification on meeting the requirements and then the number of credits, and this being in addition to, as part of that discussion with the elective. So Dr. Jackson, your point, and I believe Ms. Stone as well, around wanting it to count as elective. Is that in fact one of your points, or is it about clarification on this as one of those courses? Because that's actually that's an interesting requirement.
I just asked a question about how that actually happens in practice. Something being deemed to fulfill a specific graduation requirement category or not. Is that something that the curriculum subcommittee and this body decides, or how does that?
Usually it comes from the departments. Then when they present a course, and it's interesting that they put to be determined here. You know, we should have pushed back on it for sooner. I mean, I think that but usually it comes from them. They determine if it covers a science requirement or a social studies requirement, or if we have a number of other requirements of art and help me, what other requirements we have. It's been a while since I've been at the high school. But other elective requirements.
Are we at a point where we're saying, unless it has these features, we wouldn't support it? Or are we saying there are things that we want more information about? I'm just not sure I know where we are.
If it doesn't have a home and it doesn't have credits, I'm not going to support it.
Okay.
It says it's a social studies elective, so.
No, it doesn't.
It does, it says.
It does not fulfill either social studies or elective
electives.
requirement.
They're calling it a social studies elective and not giving it credit
Oh.
for either.
Oh, well, that's ridiculous.
Oh, it does say that. Thank you, Barbara.
Wait a
I missed
minute,
that.
where
At the
did
very
you-
beginning, it says, at the
Coach
very
on
top.
social
I don't-
studies elective
I totally
course.
missed that. Clarification, maybe they mean it does.
But then why would they say?
You know what? It is 10 o'clock at night,
Yeah.
and we are tired. I would like us to not vote on this. I just think there's a lot of important questions that people have that we're not totally clear on. I'm a little uncomfortable sending something back to the high school saying, unless you do these 3 things, we're not going to approve it. I'm just not sure we want to be in that posture. I like where Lisa started, which is kind of an inquiry posture of, here are the questions I have. I need to understand more about how you plan to, which I think is probably our right role. So if it's okay, and Helen's
I think this is,
motion
I will
dies for lack
take
of a
my
second.
motion back
Okay.
at this
Okay.
point, and I would refer
right.
it back to Jennifer to get the answers and come back on the 4th, and we can certainly take it up
So
then.
just-
Is that okay?
Just to be clear as
Go
to
on.
what happens in that event, if it comes back in a way that's satisfactory to the committee, it doesn't get into the course catalog, but it becomes available to students. Is that what happens? Or
Well, no, I think, I guess part of the question is, and it would be very helpful to know this, like tomorrow, if somebody could ping Hal, just to say, like, when is this thing, when are we hitting publish on this thing, and does it really, really need to happen in the next 7 days, in which case we have a different question about why we're getting it so late. But if it doesn't need to happen in the next 7 days, could we talk about it on February 4th? If we really need to make a decision immediately, I would suggest that people here or not people here, it would be good to bring this back on Thursday, when many people will be here, if not everyone, and hopefully this is the kind of thing where interested committee members could take their very important questions offline and get satisfaction around them, and maybe be there, maybe not, but I think it's important and people need their questions answered, but I don't want to have an adverse effect. I don't want to send the wrong signal to the high school, and I don't want to have an adverse effect on the course catalog.
Right,
Is that okay?
I am concerned about rejecting a course that I think could be really beneficial.
We're not rejecting it. We're just
being in
holding.
a position where we're sort of sending a signal or running out of time to get this into the course catalog for next year.
And it's an excellent point. So I 100% agree with that. Number one, we're not rejecting anything. We are not voting on it, but we're not rejecting it. And number two, and number two, I think we need to understand soon what the deadline requirements are so that we don't get into a situation of, by not voting, we're ultimately rejecting. So I 100% agree. Is that okay with people? Yes. Okay. That was your 10-minute update.
It was supposed to be real quick.
I'm glad we didn't do that before the selectmen came. I'm just gonna take that as a win. All right, so it is. We are now exactly an hour and 4 minutes behind schedule, Mr. Chang. So we will be here as long as y'all want to be here. Finance, Ms. Stram.
I'll be very brief. The town school partnership meeting has finally been set for Monday, February 8th, after our finance subcommittee meeting, and so we will not have a number until a top line revenue number until that meeting occurs. So Mary Ellen and I are regrouping, making sure that we are aligning our calendar accordingly. We will get back to you, but it seems like the calendar will be very similar to what it has been in years past, bottom line.
Bless you both. Capital improvements, Mr. Pollock. Is there anything left to say? There actually is.
Yes.
There's a vote.
So this is where I get to really shine, and we can talk about manhole covers.
No,
For as long as you want to be here, ladies and gentlemen.
And keys.
It's people hole covers.
Hold covers. That's right. Thank you.
So we do need a vote, and I'll. Does somebody else want to present this, or shall I? Okay, so So there's the procurement laws for buildings are very clear that you're not supposed to have singular proprietary specifications and say what you want to buy, because it's supposed to be an open competition, and the assumption is that there are plenty of equal quality products to fill any niche in a building. But there is an opportunity to have proprietary specifications when it really makes a difference to the public interest. And there's a procedure for approving them that involves the staff having to come forward and say, assert that it's in the public interest, and then in the case of Brookline, the school committee, building commission, and Board of Selectmen have to approve any proprietary specifications. And so the building department has come forward with a list of proprietary specifications that they would like to have us approve for the Devotion School project. The building commission has already approved this, and now it's up to us. And so just briefly, and it's really all about having systems that talk to each other from building to building, or having maintenance and parts consistent across multiple buildings. So on the door hardware, they want to buy certain kinds of locks and door closers. The sort of expensive ones are fire alarm and security, but they're also the most understandable, that we should have a Notifier brand fire alarm panels in all of our buildings. They talk to each other, they have the same service contracts, et cetera. Same thing with the key card systems. Those are the ones where there may be a more significant financial penalty in having but then there's savings because of the efficiency. And then the rest of this, I must confess I haven't seen before, but it must be coming from Public Works, and it's about manhole covers. It's about water valve boxes, manhole frames and covers, catch basin grates. And it may be that this is what the town uses in the streets, and they just want to have the same parts in the streets as on the private property of the school adjacent.
And the reason, I was just trying to think why we've never voted this before, because we've never had these manholes.
Manhole cover.
But we're making the street wider, and that may be why all these things are involved.
But at any rate, I will move this this proprietary
I'll second
vote.
it. You can go quick.
Any discussion? Sorry. All right, all those in favor? The amendment of people who covers. Thank you very much. We do have one other thing, other announcement for you.
Back on July 14th, you people voted a transportation contract, and somehow it did not get signed. And you've already voted, and the contract is already in place, and they've been paid, and we've received the service. But that's all you have to do, yeah. So, and unfortunately, you have to sign them about 3 or 4 different places, and there's 3 parts.
And we all have to sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think it's best to have it go all in one direction.
Excellent.
Otherwise, we'll lose track of who's signing.
Excellent. No, Dr. Connolly's use of the word "you people," which I appreciate, given the lateness of the hour. All right, moving on.
Wait, you can't sign with the pencil. You have to sign with the pen.
Curriculum.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you have anything else to tell us?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
We had a great curriculum meeting. You guys missed out, I'm telling you. So in addition to talking about the courses, I need to thank Jennifer, Corey, and Ben for their hard work on pulling together the data, the MCAS data that they presented to us in a way that was very understandable. And we discussed this data from 2011 to 2015. I think, did people get it? I don't know. I think we'll all get it online. What we saw was that while we're a high-performing district, our performance has basically been flat over the last 4 years. And in addition, our achievement gap has been persistent. In our discussion, it became apparent that we need to have an in-depth achievement gap report, which would include the measures we're using to close the gap presently and areas that we need to invest more resources. We all felt that it was important to have this information so as to also inform our budgetary discussions, which are happening right now. The curriculum subcommittee will look at this information at our next meeting on February 24th. The information will be presented to the full committee on March 10th at our school committee meeting. there any questions about that? No. And then the last piece, Mr. Loomis presented the Strategic Plan 2.0 process and timeline. He'll be beginning with the goals that have already been set and that were developed by the Strategic Plan Committee, and determine with a great deal of staff input what are the priorities, action items for each goal, and how we will measure if we have accomplished them. He'll be presenting this to the full committee on February 4th. I'm looking for a nod. No? Okay. All right. Maybe he will be presenting it to the full committee on February 4th. And at the same meeting, and this I'm also questioning, we will also get a report from senior staff as to the district's priorities. So that's a definite yes. That they've been working on, I think, since almost the beginning of the year, the district priorities.
At our March meeting, we're going to give a report on the priorities, and this will be part of that report.
March or February 4th?
No, March 10th. Well, so there were two different
So
things.
I'm very
Sorry, there were two different things. March 10th is an update on the district priorities. I think the question was whether...
No, Jennifer told me February 4th.
No, March 10th.
March 10th. Okay.
As far as...
Yeah, we set that goal way back in September.
Okay, fine.
I think the question was
It's
whether
fine,
we could
whatever it
basically
is.
update the full committee on what on the strategic plan specifically. The question was, could you just show the full committee what we just did in curriculum? It's not new information.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, we'll work this out. We'll work this out in docket preview.
My comment was if it's not done in February, it'll show up in our report on the priorities in March.
Right, and I think that I think this was a lot simpler, right? So March 10th is the update on district priorities. Yes. To include the achievement gap report. I think the question about the strategic planning process document that you've already presented to us, could that come here on February 4th? It's no change in that document. Right. Okay. That's it. Okay. Good.
I'm done.
Government relations. Ms. Stone, is anything happening in the next 12 hours?
Yes, I look forward to seeing many of you tomorrow morning at 8. If you get it here at 8:15, you can have coffee and a Danish before we commence at 8:30. We will have Senator Cream, Representative Smizek, and Representative Ed Coppinger here. The others, Jeff Sanchez and Mike Moran, were unfortunately not able to join us, but their staffs will be here to participate, and look forward to seeing you all.
Policy review, Dr. Jackson?
There was a meeting scheduled this week that was canceled, so I do not have an update.
Superintendent transition process, I just have one short note. We were advised this afternoon by council that our proposed approach to having a first-round committee be comprised of the school committee was not actually something that was going to work, which was a surprise and somewhat unpleasant surprise, given that we thought we had figured that out. So, so the first-round committee needs to be for school committee members, and since that is happening on Wednesday, I believe, is the first meeting. We can either figure that out now, or Dr. Connolly reminds me that the role of the chair is actually appoint committees. So if you want, I can appoint that committee. But we need 4 school committee members to be the first round interviewing committee.
You mean as opposed
to 9.
Yeah, because it's not a quorum.
Due to the open meeting law.
So those are the meetings that we had scheduled?
Not the little mini one.
No. The interviews. So a group of 4 interviews. If the full school, according to the open meeting law, if the full school committee interviews first-round candidates, then those need to be in open session, which was not what we had previously understood. So we could talk about it now, or I can just appoint 4 people before Wednesday. Does anyone? Okay, so is that a motion? I shouldn't have to move that. That's my role. Okay. That's my damn job. Okay, Dr. Jackson, any other updates on the superintendent transition process?
Just on numbers thus far, and they may have changed since my conversation with our search consultant. We were up to 27 applications. 10, an approximate 10 represent people of color. We seem to have a good mix on gender, and that's what I got. So more to come, because some more applications are likely to be coming in, so I may not have the exact number as of yet. But
And it's an open application process, so people can continue. We'll be accepting applications.
Right, we
throughout.
can still get them after the deadline. So, one other important thing, just to noodle on, not to decide necessarily today, but we will receive a report early next week from the search firm that outlines all of the characteristics of the pool. So not by name, but just sort of your demographics and your region and whatever. And the question to us will be, I guess, both whether and how we share that with the public and when. So something that we need to come back to at some point.
Very good. Ms. Gatto, superintendent search or new business?
Superintendent search.
Okay.
Even though the whole school committee will not be on the search, the interview team, will we receive the candidate? Will we receive the resumes of the candidates?
We have to ask council on that. Let me ask council. I would love to be able to say yes, but I need to be able to ask.
I think that would be a good idea.
I need to ask. Okay. Yes, if possible. How's that? Additional liaisons. We done? Both Helen and I had a wonderful time at the Race Reels last week, and Spencer Brown, who is a BHS grad and the son of, we know, many of us know his parents, did an outstanding job making a film about what is race and what does it mean to be multiracial, biracial, et cetera. And there was a wonderful conversation. There were probably 150 students. MLK room was full.
It was filled.
And Mr. Cawthorn did, Dr. Cawthorn?
I have a meeting that
Mr.
night.
Mr. Cawthorn did an outstanding job facilitating a very, very large and diverse group of students, racially diverse, gender-wise diverse group of students. There were many adults in the background who didn't participate, but kind of along the walls. And it was great. And both of us attended the MLK Day celebration earlier this week. I brought my 2 young children. It was noted that the student groups declined to participate this year. They did participate last year as a cappella groups, but there were many wonderful poems. There was discussion of white privilege and some very powerful readings. And I would recommend, if anybody hasn't seen the articles that were posted, they are very much worth reading on privilege. And
I haven't.
They're very good.
One of them by my graduate school colleague, Ian Haney-Lopez.
Oh. They were very good. They're very thought-provoking.
Do we know why the student groups chose not to, or what that?
Selectman Green did not say so as a podium. But many other people did participate. Lloyd Delano, Selectman Green, Bobby Nabel. Help me out. Who else? We have a poet laureate, apparently.
Yes.
Who read a poem. And there was somebody who did a nationally ranked poetry slam
a
artist.
student from the high school.
No, he wasn't a student.
That was a girl.
Oh no, well that was another one. There was a student from the high school, and then there was someone who mentors high school students in poetry who also read a poem. Anyway, there were multiple people. Okay.
But if I could just add to the race reels, which was a fascinating. First of all, the student did this as his senior project at the high school, and interviewed multiracial and biracial children at the high school, his friends basically, and it was very thoughtful. It was very well done. Raised a lot of questions, I think, for people of, who am I, how do others see me, how do I see myself, I went home and talked to my husband about it because it was so interesting just listening to perspectives of different people in the room, and the film. And they apparently showed it last year too, so maybe next year they may show it again, and I would recommend that people go to see it.
Any new business? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good thing I went out